pray. Father, we thank you for this glorious morning. We thank you for this another opportunity to be together, just to invite you into our presence, Lord, to just fill us with your light, fill us with all the teaching that you can possibly provide. We want to learn about ourselves. We want to be able to learn about each other. We want to be able to become wonderful counselors, the best that we can be. So the more that we can understand about how you created us, about how you designed us, we are all about it. We're just so excited to be able to receive your anointing today, to receive your teaching. We just thank you now. Be with us in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, you can just follow along on your, make notes on your papers, or just everything will be on the screen. Let's begin. I have found the most significant thing in teaching temperament is this concept that pretty much all of us grow up believing that someone else, others, have what we think we want. They've got the gifts and we don't. Because we see something in us that we're lacking. We see something in someone else that they've got, and it's inviting, it's enticing, it looks really, really good, and we just know that we don't have it. For some reason, we're born believing that what I see that others have is more significant than what we have. I know I definitely grew up that way. Think of your own story. I grew up looking at my older brother. He was 2 years older, and he was more of the bubbly, outgoing type. He was the social. I was the introvert, he was the extrovert. He had all the friends. He was great in sports. He was able to look at something once and he had it down. He didn't have to study. I worked hard for my C's, and he would get A's without even opening a book. And it was like, well, obviously he got all the gifts. There's something wrong with me. And you will find in your work that this is number one huge problem with pretty much everyone. That they're not happy with themselves, they're not pleased with what God gave them, and that's the awareness that we get to bring them to. This is what attracted me to temperament. This is why I'm really, really in love with it, and it's the most effective tool in counseling as far as helping people understand what their gifts are. That they are a different temperament, not any less, not any more, that everyone has got its own gifts, and we bring them to that realization. It wasn't until, so I was in my brother's footsteps for years, and it wasn't until years later that I began to realize that I had my own unique gifts. And then as I got older, it was interesting with my brother that he began to admire things about me, and I was very, very surprised. But as I got more into my teens and he saw the direction that I was going, he was very, very impressed, because he wasn't able to focus. He wasn't able to really study and work hard, and he wasn't able to, like I was building these fabulous models of cars and boats and antique things and cars, and his were very sloppy and unimpressive, and mine were really museum quality. They were that good. And he was envious of that. And I said, what is this to you? You have every friend that you ever want. You have girlfriends. You're great in school. And it's like, but I really like to do that. I wish I could do that. I wish I could focus the way you focus. Then I went to college, and I met a wonderful, wonderful friend, and we became very good friends. And now this fellow really had everything that I wanted. He was, by this time I was interested. I would have loved to have been a public speaker. I would have loved to be able to talk in front of the class. Would have been able to, he sang, he performed. He had all these incredible gifts. Brilliant in school. Another one didn't really have to study. He was very, very, very highly intelligent. And we became really good friends. And I'll never forget when one day he said, if only I could be like you. And I was like, what? What? It was one of the most shocking times of my life. It's like, you want to be like me? You have everything. And he says, no. He says, and he was very, very high sanguine. Remember, I'm melancholy. He said, these are all your qualities. He said, you just give me so much peace. you have a depth about you, an understanding, the way you analyze things, the way you're so good with people, and you can just spend time with them, and you listen, and all I do is talk and talk and talk, and I can sing, but it was a great, great eye-opening moment when I realized that this is really, really bizarre. It's like, he wants to be like me, I want to be like him. And this was the beginning of my realization that maybe there's something a lot more. There's something wrong with this jealousy idea of wanting what other people have. There's something really, really wrong with that. So, we're going to begin today to really, really understand why you do what you do. So you're going to understand throughout today, you're going to see your natural strengths, your natural weaknesses. Every one of us has strengths and weaknesses. You have a way of responding to others in your job, in your activities, with your families, and with your spouse and children. You impact others differently. Every one of us here will impact others differently. The more that we learn that, the more effective we're going to be in understanding ourselves and others. Makes us very, very effective. What we're going to do is that as we learn our strengths and weaknesses, we're going to figure out a plan. How do I increase these strengths? And what am I going to do to decrease these weaknesses? That's what this is all about. We don't have to feel, well, now I'm stuck. Well, now I learned I've got all these weaknesses, because each temperament has weaknesses. So you'll see equal columns. They're equal, your strengths are pretty much equal to your weaknesses. Are you going to just live with them, or are you going to say, what can I do to improve them? Every one of us can improve our weaknesses. The fact that I'm standing here today in front of more than one person is absolutely a miracle. I mean, and it wouldn't matter, this took determination, it took practice. I watched my friend, I said, if you can do it, I'm going to learn. And I watched him, and I watched the way that he spoke, his gestures, the way he told stories. I just practiced and practiced. And now I can say it would not matter if there was this room full of people or there was a stadium full. I would be the same. I would not be one bit more nervous. It's just from practice. It's just from realizing that we can do this. And so it's wonderful to know that we can really decrease our weaknesses. And what I did is, and it's mainly by watching others. So if you see someone in someone else, and as we're going through the different temperaments today, and you say, oh, I like that. I like that temperament. I like that tendency of that temperament. I like that strength. You go for it. You say, I'm going to work towards receiving that strength. Remember, you're going to see, we are a blend of all four, predominantly two, but we have accessibility to all of these strengths. They're not going to come as easy for you as the next one, but they're all accessible. That's the exciting part that we get to share with our clients. You like that? You like this gift in me? You like this tendency in your brother? You go for it. This is so wonderful, and this is how most people will come in. They believe there's something wrong with them. Or they think that there's something wrong with everyone else. That's another very, very significant factor. That we grow up only understanding one thing, the way that we are. And this travels right through it, through families, through intermarriages. We cannot, when we really look at it, we cannot understand why do you do it that way. That makes no sense. I totally do not understand why, when I can decide something in 3 seconds or half a millisecond, as some of the temperaments, and it takes me all day. It takes me 2 days to come to a decision. I have to think about it. Well, there's something, what is wrong with you that you need all this time? Why is it that you're so disorganized? What is wrong with you? You're weird, you're a freak, you're stupid. There's something wrong with you. And we use terms like jerk and fool and just hopeless. The names that we think, when you think about when you see someone that you totally, when they do things that are so out of your range. And you can take it to extreme. You walk by a homeless person, and you come to learn that that person chose to be there. Right? There's something that works with them, it works with their temperament, and that's the freedom that they need, to live their life, and you said that is like 1,000,000 miles from reality, that person, there's something wrong with them. You will come to learn that people do things like they do because they're not bad, just different, and that's okay. The more and more we learn to accept, it's amazing what this does to relationships. It's absolutely breathtaking what you can do in a marriage with your children when you realize that each one of these children is different. They can't conform to a certain way of teaching or discipline. This is very, very true in the schools. When you understand that that child isn't stupid, that child just needs to be taught differently. The more and more I can conform to them and realize I need to adjust to them. I need different ways of relating. I need different ways of teaching. This works great for in anything, in any profession. And whether you're a salesman going in has to treat each person differently. He can't assume everyone is going to respond exactly the same way. He will be a very, very ineffective salesman. So we're going to use this in every aspect of our life. So what is temperament? Temperament has nothing to do with your character or your level of maturity. This is apart from everything. This is apart from all of that. Character is who you are more. Is character and personality are learned. This depends on where you were born, who your parents are, what was your, in what years were you born, in what part of the world. That all develops into character and behavior. How well were you taught? What were you taught? What level of faith were you given? That's all character. Temperament is what God has given you. These are natural, they're inborn tendencies. They're predispositions. They're part of our total personality. They're going to define a lot of our character and personality because they are inborn traits. God has given us inborn traits. They are natural tendencies. They are gifts from God. And they are good. They're all good. Even its strengths and weaknesses, they're all good. You have weaknesses for a reason. Why didn't He create any of us perfect? Because in overcoming your weaknesses, you are going to become, first of all, very understanding of yourself, very understanding of others who have the same weakness, and you're going to learn how to overcome them. Because others need to learn how to overcome them, and that's where we come in. As counselors, as practitioners, we're going to encourage others to grow beyond their weaknesses. So this is biology. This is God has given us more than your environment affecting you. These are things that are given us by God. These are the reasons, though, I says default setting, these are go-to. You just automatically feel comfortable doing it in a certain way. You will go to it because it just feels natural. It just feels very natural for you to respond in certain ways. What temperament is not. So it is not our whole personality. It just makes up a driving force of who we are. As I said, our total personality includes everything: education, family of origin, our culture, all our experiences. We're changing constantly based on the experience that we've come from, that experience that we're in. And especially our free will. We can change all the time based on how we respond to God's grace. That definitely is affecting our personality all the time. So again, definition, temperament refers to the inborn traits and natural tendencies that cause you in part, again it's in part, it's not totally controlling, to do what you do and think like you think. I love this picture. This is my favorite picture in the whole world. I want everyone to study that and tell me what's happening in this photo. We talked about how we judge other people, but what is the function of these ropes in this picture?
Keep the boat in place.
The purpose is one purpose: to keep the boats secure, right? To keep them in place. Are they both doing that?
Yes.
They're both doing it wonderfully, right? They're both doing the job. Now I want you to tell me, every morning when this guy walks out to his boat and he looks over and sees that, what do you think he thinks?
It drives him crazy.
There's something wrong with that guy.
Something wrong. Why? He's a what?
What
A mess.
It's a mess. He's probably a slob, right? And you want think of it to get your mind going. What else would he say? You know, this guy's total.
His house is a mess.
He's
His house is a
inconsiderate.
mess.
He's a jerk. He's inconsiderate of me because I have to look at that. He knows that bothers me. He still does it anyway. Right? He knows
He's
it.
thinking way
He
too
does
much.
it. You know what? You know what? He does it just to annoy me. Right? How much you want to bet? Now, all these things are going through his mind. You do that just to annoy me. Okay, now what do you think? What do you think this fellow thinks when he comes out in the morning and he looks at that?
My boat's shiny. I want to get on my boat.
Takes that much time to make it perfect.
So what would you think of that? What would you think of that guy?
Waste time.
What a waste of time. What a fool. Wasting his life away tying up neat ropes. Right?
Get a life.
Beautiful.
Yeah, get a life.
Get a life.
Enjoy
Love
life.
it, right?
Enjoy life. Yeah.
You're sitting there, you're so focused on detail, you're obsessive compulsive, you're absorbed in matters of details that are just totally not necessary. Mine does the same job as yours, only I'm on my boat probably 10 minutes quicker than you. I'm enjoying life, right? Beautiful, beautiful example how they both do exactly the same job, but these two, unless they dig in and do what we're doing today, they will, I promise you, they will never understand each other. Think of this, your mind is going in a million places right now. Think of with your family, with your children, and you're saying, you're looking at different people, different members doing different things, so far different than with you, and the thoughts that have gone through your mind is why they must do it. Anything, well, you know, as we said, there's all kinds of reasons of why they do what they do, and none of them are correct. None of them, oh, God made you different, and you are responding to a natural tendency. Could he have made it a little neater? Of course. Can he learn that? Absolutely. Is it necessary? Maybe not. We learn what things are necessary, what things will help. Now let's say if this is a marriage between these two people, this is where counseling comes in. You have a husband and wife come in, and you will see this is the difference between them. Now, this is good because if they were exactly the same, that actually makes kind of a boring marriage. And okay, you know, you put two melancholies together, it's okay. They'll be very peaceful. It's not very exciting, but they could be. But they'll be okay. That's 20% of the marriages are like that, but 80% are like this, exact opposites attracting. 80%. So what are you going to do when you have opposites this much, right? If they stay this way, so the first thing is you may find great results as they begin to understand each other. They give each other a lot of grace. Grace is going to be a huge word today, and it's going to make a huge difference in our ministry. Also, they're going to learn they can compromise. There's different things that they can do to compromise. This one doesn't have to be that sloppy. This one doesn't have to be that much of an ultimate perfectionist. It doesn't have to be that much. And so we find a middle ground, and both are happy, and both can learn a lot from that example of compromise. And they will begin to do that in every aspect of their marriage. Temperament causes certain behavior and may be described as a force, representing various tendencies that produce an urge, a drive, an appetite. These are significant words I want you to learn. These things that we're doing are literally a force. These tendencies are packed with power. They drive us to do what we need to do, what we designed us to do, because that's the way this operates. God would not have given us a temperament and just, it's your choice if you want to do it. He has to create a society with all four temperaments. This is really the ultimate. God knew what he was doing when he created 4 different temperaments. Because you will find, and we'll talk about that a little later, how you need a certain blend of these temperaments in any group in order for that community, for that family, that organization, that ministry, for it to function. So we are driven It's a force urging us, pushing us. He says, you don't know why you have to do it this way. I don't know why I need to tidy this up before I can work. I don't know why things have to be a certain order in my mind or on my desk before I don't know, but I have to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have to call you and resolve this conflict. Or another one would just let it go. I'm driven to call you, and I just had to do it. And that's the urge, the driving force, and God knew what He was doing when He gave us this appetite to go after our skills. Why does someone who has a desire, an ability to sing or to perform, why are they driven to get up on stage? Why are they driven to be center of attention? Where another one's looking, oh, you just want to be the center of attention. Well, absolutely, because I'm driven to be that. And thank goodness that some people are driven, because we'd have no actors or comedians or performers if they weren't driven to be center stage. Many of us would look at something,
We'd have no music ministry.
We'd have no music ministry.
Pastors.
Absolutely. This all makes sense. When you look at this whole picture, it's going to make so much sense. And this is what we get to explain to people when they think what they have. They think these are problems, that I want to be, let's say, on center stage, or I want to stay in the background. I have a problem. I don't want to get up front. That's because you were designed to be that way. That's for a real reason. You're going to minister to that person in the back row that no one else is going to be able to reach to. Well, this guy's going to be backstage talking to the other actors that no one would have reached. He's got a plan. So we describe it as a need. These needs drive or urge a person to behave in a manner that represents their particular temperament. So we'll see that each temperament has specific needs that are different from the other temperaments. Most of my marriage counseling can be done right here. When I can understand the needs of a person. When we look at, when you have a client, you find out what are your needs. And there's a part of this whole assessment that deals with needs, where they have to find what my particular needs are. When we address those, you will find out most of the time those needs are not being met. An individual comes in, you'll find out most of the time his or her needs are not being met. We have to do, as counselors, we have to find out how can we make these needs be met. What do we have to do? Whether in the marriage, what can you do to help meet that need?
Is that sometimes described as a love language that we've heard about a lot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Excellent. Great point. That's another description of my need is being expressed a certain way. The more I discover that, the more I can meet that need. A person has individual needs. You have to help them discover those and then find a way that they meet those needs. So these needs, according to Abraham Maslow, is something that if you do not have, you get sick. And this is really, really true, and you're going to find that. So we see that physically, you go without air, food, water, and shelter, you're going to become weak, you're going to become sick. Emotionally, without love, affection, security, affirmation, you are going to become sick. We find out exactly true temperamentally. If your needs are not met, you become frustrated, angry, irritable, even depressed. You will not die. If your temperament needs are not met, you will not die, but you will definitely become emotionally, and I've seen it many, many times, physically ill. And we've learned that emotions cause sickness. So we know that these needs are as important, and the way I explain it to my clients, I say these needs, if you want to know, are as important as eating, breathing, and sleeping. These are very, very significant needs, and we have to find a way to get them met. If you have a need to be with people, and you're locked in an office all day long, we have to do something. We have to do. This is not an option you have. I'm just going to learn to cope. Most people you'll meet are coping with their needs not being met. They have found some way, but it's affecting them emotionally, spiritually, and even physically. They will become physically sick. My daughter became physically sick when she was stuck in an office. She was out, she loved to be out as a server, bartending, being with people all day long, and they tried, she was so good, they said, we're going to just stick you in this office. They didn't present it that way, but you're just, we need you in management. You're so you're so called to be in management. And she wasn't. She lasted 2 weeks and was just a wreck, just emotionally sick. I said, get out of that office, get back where there's sunlight, get back where there's people.
Fresh air.
And she thrived literally within 15 minutes of going back to that. She said, I'd rather drop my pay and go back to being with because she's driven. See, she's driven to be with people. She knew that I have to meet this need or I'm gonna fall apart. And it was true. She was crumbling, she was withering, like a flower withering, being in that dark office, herself in a computer screen. She needs real people, she needs real sunlight, and she needs constant activity, changing all day long. We'll talk more about that temperament. Okay, any questions on this so far? So just to get you excited, some of the benefits of us working all day today. So it's definitely going to increase your awareness of what you're doing. You're going to understand, why do I do what I do? You're going to understand, why do I think like I think? You're going to see that your behavior, how you act, and how you respond to them is going to impact them. You're going to learn strengths. You're going to learn your weaknesses. So with the strengths, we're going to learn that we can increase them, we're going to develop them. It's totally possible. That's what we're called to do. We know the story of those, that when the master gives out those talents, he expects them to be increased. He expects them to be used, to be multiplied, and to be increased, not just to be this kind of so-so. We're going to learn our weaknesses that need to be controlled, that we can control them. It's not like, I found, you will see, when people learn that what their temperament is, we have to be careful that they do not use it as an excuse.
Yes.
Well, you know that I just need to be with people, so I'm going out drinking every night this week, or I'm going to go out and party with my friends. And that is a true story. That's happened many times. Well, Gary said that I need to be with people, but she didn't say every night, and he didn't say that you could do this, but you'll be amazed how they will use this. I've had one fellow said, we're going to look at the phlegmatic, who just needs more rest than the other temperaments. Well, Gary said I need more sleep, so I'm sleeping in. It's like this. Totally, you took advantage of. I just said this. Don't be surprised if he needs more sleep than you. Maybe, but you just have to adjust that. But he took advantage of that and became more of a slug. Because that's not the plan, right? Your self-esteem is going to increase. Why? Why do you think?
Because you're not always
Feel
trying
bad
to
about
battle.
yourself.
You accept who you are.
Excellent. You will see that I am really made with good things. I've been given a purpose. God has got a good plan for me, and I have exactly what I need to do what He wants me to do. That's our number one focus in teaching people, that you are given what God has given in order to be equipped with what He has asked you to do. You're going to feel like you're really worth something in His plan. That's the goal of all of this, right there. Help our clients understand that you are given what you need, and if anything's even a little shy, He will give it to you right now. He will not send you out unequipped. Efficiency will increase in performing your job. Why do you think?
Delegate what your weaknesses are out to other people.
Right. Absolutely. Excellent. Yes.
And also, because if you have a framework for understanding our challenges and complexities, we don't waste a lot of unnecessary time trying to analyze or refigure things out and beat up on ourselves.
Excellent. Very good. We will look at what we are able to do, we'll study it, we'll analyze it and do it the best way, and we will become more efficient. I spent a lot of time in my early years in woodworking copying other people's techniques, only to find out that I couldn't do it the same way. It didn't work well for me. It took me actually, I thought it was better. Once again, you're better than me. I will do it your way, only to find out they're doing it based on their temperament. If I had to look within and I found out I can do it equally as well, actually faster, if I do it the way I was designed to do it. I'm not being stubborn and saying, well, I'm not doing it your way, I'm doing it my way. because my way's better. Well, it was better because it was designed for me. And it's say that, you know, certain gasoline is this is the brand you should be using. But you put that in another car, it's not going to work the same. It's not designed for that motor. And so just because it works great in your vehicle, it doesn't work in mine. I have to find the fuel that's best suited for my vehicle. And when you learn that, it makes a huge difference. It really does a huge difference at work. Communication with others will improve. What do you think?
Because you understand how they hear, how they're wired.
And that's the word I want you to remember. You will say, I understand. I am able, when you talk to me, they'll say, well, you're so different. It's okay. I understand. That's what makes a counselor a counselor.
Yes.
When you're able to say, I understand, and you can show, he said, when people come in, imagine people coming in and knowing temperament. I'm with them for 5 minutes and I start describing to them why they do what they do, or what they do. I'll describe to them maybe like what life must be like for them at home or at work. And they sit there and their mouths drop open, they say, do you have a camera? You know, is there a camera in my room? And a camera at the shop? But how did you know? I said, because I know I'm experiencing your temperament, and this is pretty much the way you are going to feel and think and act. And it's very, very accurate. And now they see, like, you get it. You totally, and you're not calling me weird. Because they're so afraid, I'm telling you, you act like this. You think, you know, you need this much time to make a decision. It's like, well, everyone else criticizes me for that. I said, but you need, and it's like, what? You're the first person that's ever said that. There are certain blends that come in when I describe that are totally misunderstood. We're going to deal with that next time. They are very, very misunderstood. And when I describe to them who they are, the whole package, it's so exciting. Many have floated out of the room realizing that I have no idea. Everyone else feels these are weaknesses. You're telling me there's strengths. This is very, very fun when we can do this. And you all will do it. Okay, we're going to look a little bit at, I think it's important to know that this isn't something that we thought up last week, but this has been around a while. I'm going to quickly show you some of the history of this. And this helps you with your clients, helping them understand that this has been around a long time. It began with, so we see that it began with Hippocrates 2,500 years ago. He was the first one who had this concept of temperament. He noticed that there was 4 different temperaments. And this was his understanding of where this came from. He felt it came from fluids in our body. If there was an excess of these particular fluids, it caused you to act a certain way. So that if you had an excess of chlor, there's a yellow bile in our system that it caused you to be very domineering, very strong and powerful and assertive. That would be the choleric. He said if you had too much sangus, or that red bile, too much blood, then it made you very people-oriented, very warm, that just wanted to be very bubbly and alive and friendly and outgoing and in that form. And he said that was from red bile. If you had too much phlegm, that is kind of a little gross, but you know, the really thick mucus in your body, you had too much of that, and this caused you to be slower. The phlegmatic, which stands for phlegmatic temperament, remember they're the ones that need a little more rest. They're slower. Everything is done slower in their world. And so that's what he attributed to that too much. He doesn't have too much phlegm in your system. And then if you had excess of melon or black bile, this made you a very analytical person. You were very detailed, very organized, but that's what it was from. You had all this extra bile, the black bile. So he was definitely on the right track. But these even where we're going to see where we get the names from. He was the originator of those names, at least of those terms. We grew from that point. You'll see this century. But he was right on target. If you read about his early description, it is exactly the way we see them today. William Marston, this is very interesting. So he created this hostile environment. he wanted to do an experiment to see if it was consistent how these four different groups or temperaments would respond. So he did an experiment where he put all these people in a room, all different temperaments,
Wow.
and he had someone come crashing in the room swinging a bat, ready to hit them and to hurt them.
That's it.
And he watched how the different groups responded. And he did this a number of times, and it was very, very accurate. So the cholerics, they're the more aggressive ones, the more assertive, they jumped up to face the attacker. They dealt with it head on. The sanguines ran away. They ran in the opposite direction. The phlegmatics completely froze. They froze, they couldn't do anything. They just froze. The melancholies, they ran away, they thought about it,
Yeah.
made a plan, and came back and attacked them. And it worked over and over again. And it's so true. That's exactly the way that we operate. Very, very cool study. So he came up with these terms. In 1928, he published his first book, and he came up with these terms of the dominant. So we use that in us. The choleric was dominant. The sanguine is influencing. They're always influencing others. The phlegmatic, which is steady, always steady, 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 and the compliance. The melancholy has to do things right. We have to do things by the book. That's compliance. So they took the first letter, and it was the disc. And that's where you see we still use the terms, the DISC. The test is named after that. It's called the disc 1, 2, 3. Now we're up to disc 4, the one that you guys took.
Gary, did they find out which temperament was most effective in those kind of battle situations or extreme, were the melancholies most effective because they went and thought of a plan and came back, or was the choleric most effective because they responded immediately? I mean, I'm thinking for like someone who's in law enforcement or military, like what would they look for?
Yes, I would bet between the choleric and the melancholy, both are used today.
Mm-hmm.
In military tactics and police effects, I'm sure that one of those two, the two middle ones, would not be evaluated at all. That's not what we'd be after. But sometimes I'm sure that there are occasions where we need instant attack. There's not one moment to go after that attacker. Other times I think I need to back up, get a team, go back and attack this. Maybe it's a crack house. I'm not just going to crash in there with guns blazing. That might not be the best plan. And so you'll usually find arguments between a cleric and a melancholy. In fact, I guarantee you will, because one says, "Let's just go nail them. Let's just go in there with both guns blazing. We'll just kick the door down." And we have lots of movies, lots of cool movies that back that type of performance up. But yes, the other ones were the more detectives, and they analyze, and they're coming up with this great, Mission Impossible. They spent months making a plan. The cleric might have just blasted through there and destroyed the whole plan, blew the cover. So I'm sure those two would be of great concern. Old Halsby, so he had a lot of insights. He was the first one that brought it into. He brought the Christian element into it in the 1930s. He realized that this was from God and could definitely be used to help our faith. And he was the first one who used these terms: the choleric, sanguine, phlegmatic, and melancholy. Tim LaHaye was another one he was the first one to write about the blends. Very, very significant. He realized that there are 4 temperaments, but when you put all the combinations together, there are 15 different possibilities. And we're going to talk about that next week. But they are very, very interesting to learn about each one, because you could have 2 temperaments and have one on the top and one the secondary, and switch those two, and it's a significantly different temperament. They will have those elements, but you have to learn that they are still very, very different. We know that, like, for example, a sanguine melancholy is very, very different from a melancholy sanguine. And a sanguine phlegmatic is very different than a phlegmatic sanguine. Very different, very different. And we'll learn these things and be able to itemize it in that type of way. John Kokoris, he's probably the man who's done the most research. He was my professor. I was privileged to study under him. And I work with him on a regular basis. We are good friends and work together continuously as colleagues, working, writing together, studying, sharing stories continuously, learning different ways to help our clients. He is also a Christian counselor, but he has been working with this since 1974. He's done extensive research. He's published, he's taught. He's worked with a lot of businesses. He really brings this into the active world. So he wrote the DISC 2, the temperament assessment. There was a DISC 1 out that was not very accurate. So he wrote the DISC 2. The test has been out. It's been out since 1974. So he had it validated by the University of Texas, which is it's more of a big deal than you realize. It takes like 1,000 tests that you take. It takes many hours. It's a massive research. I mean, to do that validation today, you're talking like $40,000 to validate an assessment. He has since then written a DISC 3, and now we have a DISC 4. He keeps improving it, and the one that we have now is just wonderfully accurate. And it's been tested over and over and over again, and it's wonderfully accurate. So that's just to see, both terms are still being used today, so you'll see where they came from, where the DISC came from. It's from those terms: dominant, influencing, steadiness, and compliance. Okay, any questions so far? This little chart is a very handy chart. You can use it to help you with your clients. It's a very useful tool. It kind of puts everything in one. If you want to show someone one quick picture or one quick way to remember, this is a good little tool. So we're going to see a few points on here. You're going to see that we have the extroverts on top, which will be our choleric and our sanguine. Our introverts are the phlegmatic and the melancholy. So the choleric, the number one characteristic is he is result oriented. You know, that is, so it's a quick reference chart. Their number one feature about them is that they are result goal oriented. And they are the ones that are drivers. They're very dominant. They're domineering. They're very assertive. They're powerful. They're strong, bold temperament. And they represent 10% of the population, which is good because that's all we need. This 10% is running the world. And so God knew exactly who to create. This is, we only need so many chiefs, right? You get too many, there's going to be a problem. And so they represent, you'll find that 10% of the population is the choleric. The sanguine represents 35% of the population, and they have also, so the plus means they have, for backing up, the choleric has a positive outlook on life. Okay? The sanguine also has a plus there, and he has a positive outlook on life. He is people-oriented, and they represent 35% of the population. They love to be with people. They need to be with people. They love to talk and to visit and to have fun with people. Those are the ones you do not want to isolate or leave them without the chance to be with friends and with people. The phlegmatic, the S, very steady. So they are the ones very cool, calm, and collected, very steady, very friendly, very service-oriented. They need to help people. We're going to see that their need is they really love to help people in some fashion, and this is what fulfills them the most. They represent 25% of the population, and they have no opinion. It's either whatever, maybe yes, maybe no. It's very, very accommodating temperament. And they really don't, it's whatever you want. We're going to learn that today. Whatever you like, whatever you want to do, I'm fine with it. They really just don't, they don't care. Very easygoing, which frustrates many spouses, as we'll see. These are our introverts, the phlegmatic, and our melancholy, who is all about quality. We'll see their number one focus is quality. It has to be done perfect, has to be done right. That's what they're driven to produce, is quality everything. Everything in their life will be about quality. They represent 30% of the population, and they have a negative outlook on life. That means they are driven, and we'll learn about that, why they are driven to see the negative. They have a more negative outlook on life. This can definitely become a problem. It was designed for something good. We're going to study that today. But they will see life from a negative side. They are more drawn to things like depression and discouragement than the other temperaments.
That's the melancholy or the phlegmatic?
That's the melancholy. It has a negative outlook on life. So if you look again, just to go through the whole chart, so the phlegmatic and melancholy are more product oriented. They want to see this thing produced right, produced well, and they're more concerned with that end product, that it is really a good product and done well.
I'm sorry, you said phlegmatic, did you mean melancholy?
The phlegmatic and the melancholy are both product oriented,
Oh,
whereas the extroverts, the choleric and the sanguine, are more process oriented. They're more concerned about how are we going to get this done? Who am I going to work with? So let's say if I said, okay, we're going to work together, we're going to go into teams and work up, we're going to write a report, right? Your melancholy is going to be concerned about the final product, and so is the phlegmatic. Whereas the sanguine is going to be concerned with who am I going to work with? Who's going to be my partner? Is it somebody I like? Is it going to be my friend? They're more concerned with how this process is going to go. What's it like? How's it going to be? Where am I going to be? What are we having for lunch? You know, what's the process going to be like? And the choleric also, it's like, how long is this going to take to get done? They're more concerned about how long is it going to take, when you need it by. That process of getting it done is very, very significant, very important to them. So then we look at the center part. So the phlegmatic and the sanguine are more of your people. They're more concerned with people. That is the most important thing for them. Whereas the choleric and the melancholy about the task. The task is significant. Again, doing it right. For them, it'll be doing it right, and for them, it's making sure it's done on time. The task is what's important. Okay, that's everything I see on the page. And these faces are actually pretty accurate. You know, you'll be amazed how if you study those little faces, they're pretty good pictures of
That's hilarious.
people of those.
I know.
Any questions on this page? Okay, let's begin. We're going to begin with the choleric. We're going to start, we're going to really take a good look. This is a very, very complicated temperament as far as that many people misunderstand them. They don't understand themselves. Let me start off by saying that you're going to see tendencies here, you're going to see strengths that many, many people want. They feel these are very, very significant gifts. But you know, before I go into the choleric, I do want to mention one more thing about those percentages. Percentages that we talked about. It really, really is accurate, and I've tried this now in various places of this country and even in the world. And so when I was in India, very, very significant. I went to a school. I was teaching in a school for pastors. Now you would think in this school that you were going to attract more people of the phlegmatic or the melancholy, people who are really into, you know, your counselors, want to teach. That's where you're going to find a lot of those professions are in those two temperaments. I was amazed to find that even in this group of young students, they were all in their 20s, all studying to be pastors, I had this percentage
Wow.
of temperament. I had my cholerics, I had my sanguines, and it was, when I added up, I had 55 people in my class, and I added the percentage, it was within points of these. Went to Ethiopia, and we worked at Grace Center, at the orphanage, and we were training a group of individuals about temperament. So they were, as part of their, I was teaching them temperament, counseling techniques, prayer techniques, and we gathered together those that we feel would be the best suited to learn. And even out of this little group, we were represented all 4 temperaments. I was blown away that it was even in this little group, and it works every time. Every time I test it, it works the same. And so I've even one of the first times that I gave this presentation, I had about 50 people in the class. And when I broke them up into groups, we knew everyone had taken the temperament assessment, and so I broke them up according to groups, and it was exactly like this percentage. I mean, this was just random people. I'm just amazed. 50 people showed up, and there was a good representation of each one of those temperaments and about that blend. That's more confusing. That's way above my pay grade to understand that. I just feel God has got some kind of plan. But I know that He wants, in every organization, in every group, in every family, He puts people together because you need all of them together in order for that to work efficiently, to work as beautifully as it can. And so, see how important this is for us to help people understand that you are different, and this is good. This is a good thing that everyone in your family is not exactly the same, that they're not thinking exactly like Dad. It's so significant because everyone needs to understand they are equally as important in the formation of this family. Everyone has something wonderful to contribute, and that the more we recognize that, the more fulfilled we're going to find this family. All right, back to the choleric. So we're going to see just going through some of the main description of a choleric. Your main focus will be brief, direct, and to the point. If you were to ask me in one sentence, tell me about the choleric, yes, they are goal-oriented. They want results, but they like it brief, direct, and to the point. And that's the way, the more and more you understand that, the more you understand why you like things a certain way, why you don't like storytellers and big long explanations. You have to help your spouse or your friends or your family understand, I need short, quick answers. And this isn't because I'm impatient or rude. I don't know why. I just know that I'm driven to want just quick, because they want to get on with the next thing. They want to move on. They want to be able to get results. If we're going to stand here and have a big discussion, I'm not going to get results. I'm not going to get the productivity I was hoping for. So, very, very important. They're decisive. They're able to make quick, fast decisions. And they're usually good. They're usually right. They're usually right decisions. And you see, now God gave them this way. These are your leaders. These are your leaders, your CEOs, your presidents, your military leaders. These people need to make quick decisions. They can't be lollygagging around, waiting for a decision. Think of someone. So they need all these tendencies. When you think about it, especially a military leader is a good example, where they're fearless and courageous. They just will plunge ahead. They have no fear, but they do it with wisdom. They're not foolish. They have counted. They can process the odds quickly, and they can because they're making good decisions. They can do things safely and productively. They can do things that will keep everyone. Let's say you have a whole squadron of men, and you need to attack this further hill, and so they'll make quick decisions. We didn't do this now, and we're going to go, and he needs to see instantly what needs to be done. He can't stand there and say, okay, guys, what do you think we should do? What's your thought? So the sanguine's going to say, I don't think we should go. I don't think it's a good idea, right? I think we should we should talk to them and maybe we have a barbecue together, we could resolve this thing, right? The phlegmatic's going to say, I have no idea. I think we're good right here. I think we should just sit where we're at. And the melancholy is going to say, you know what? Give me some time to think about it, and I'll get back. And he's got 1 second, maybe moments to decide. You see why that temperament is the only one that's going to work in that particular situation. We're going to see other tendencies to them. You know, they're driven to win. They will do anything to overcome opposition. They will just. There is no obstacle. There's nothing. They don't see obstacles. They see them as challenges. In fact, they like to overcome obstacles. They like to overcome opposition. Now, this can actually become a bit of a weakness. Where I have one client now. He actually enjoys bringing up conversations that he knows will cause just an argument or a conflict or discussion. He just thrives on it, you know, because then he can beat you. He knows more about politics than you. So he brings it up, which irritates his wife to no end, because he knows that you're just doing it. You know they hate talking about this, but you do it just to rile them up, and just because it's a challenge. It's fun for you to kind of overcome them and beat them and show them why they're going for the wrong candidate or whatever. They like that to prove themselves. They like that idea of winning that. But it's more of a game. It's more of an adventure to overcome. But see, the gift is always, every time I speak, you need to go back to, okay, what did God have in mind? Don't look at how mankind has spoiled it. Say, what did God have in mind? God had in mind that this man or this woman will stop at nothing. When a job has to be done, when lives have to be saved, when product has to go out the door, whatever, this person will stop at nothing to get it done. He will drive through. Now, problems can be, he may drive over people, he may bowl them over, he may hurt people. We'll look at that. Look at the weaknesses next. But looking at these strengths, they're always yearning for great things. There's never a dull moment. They're never short of an idea. They're always looking for some great thing to improve. They wake up every morning saying, what can I improve today? What can I conquer today? What new challenge can I overcome today? Imagine waking up every day. They literally leap out of bed with very little sleep. They need sometimes 4 hours sleep is plenty for them. Much less sleep than the other temperaments. They can work round the clock, and they can just drive and drive. But every morning they're just so excited that today is going to be a new challenge, and what am I going to overcome today? They love that idea. You see, they're just quick thinkers, natural leaders. They're just born leaders. They absolutely are. They feel drawn to be a leader. It just comes automatically to them, and you will take any room, any group of people, and I've done this, where you put them together and find out who's going to be in charge. 10 out of 10 times, the cleric will be either elected or will nominate himself. He will become the leader. It just automatically happens. He is a take charge person. Other people see it and recognize it. And I had one client who was a very, very strong cleric, very high. He was a bank president. He was involved in banking. He was very, very strong cleric. He got things done. Very, very good leader and organizer. He went to the parish board of the elders committee, and he was just a visitor. And within a half an hour, he was in charge of that elders group, which had been in existence for years. But he had found a way that he felt, and everyone agreed, he should be in charge. The other fellow kind of stepped back, and it's so natural. They're natural leaders, and everyone agreed. It automatically happens. I have other clients who they're on different boards. They're on different. Let's say they live in a condo, and they go to a board meeting for the condo association. Inevitably, So my clients, when I was doing woodworking, these are all owners of organizations, big businesses. These are influential businessmen. Inevitably, 10 out of 10 times, they become the president of their condo association, and they naturally become it. They're elected to it. It just happens. They can be, this is for a purpose. It's very different than, melancholy or phlegmatic, we call it. They can be stubborn. They can be set in their ways. A choleric is different. They are they want it done their way for a reason. It gets results. See, we always have to look at it. And when I see all these strengths, I want you to really understand what is the positive side, the way that God intended this to operate. So they like things done a certain way because that will get results. So it's not that they're opposed to different ideas, but they know that, let's say I'm a cleric and I'm running my company, and this is the way we produce this product. And you come to me and you say, I've got an idea. I think it's a better way of doing it. What are the fears that he's going to have? First of all, the time that you spend telling me about it, production isn't happening. You're already wasting time. You're not doing your job. You should be out on the floor building, whatever, and we're losing time this moment. So he's concerned about that. Then, what if it doesn't work? How much is it going to cost me? How much am I going to lose? What is it going to cost me if this fails? Then what we have implemented now works. It works well. In other words, I like it because I've spent a lot of time processing this program, and it's working, and it's getting the results that I like. So I would just soon stick with it. So that all goes involved. But if you were to talk to him, you'd say, "Oh, he's just a stubborn fool, just stuck," and call him some name and blame him for being stuck. But there is a reason. So knowing that, if I go to a choleric, I would have to be number one. I'd have to be what?
Quick.
Brief, direct, and to the point. And I tell people this when they say, I need to talk to my boss. He said, this is what you need to do for it to work. This is the language. You need to learn his tribal language. You need to be brief, direct, and to the point. You need to be organized. You need to be able to say, it's all calculated. Here it is. It's not showing you wishy-washy. You're thinking about it. And so you need, if it's well presented, and if it's brief, direct, and to the point, he will look at it. But he needs to be, you can convince him that this is better. This is where it gets fun. He will change on the spot. Someone that we say is so stubborn and so stuck, if he sees he gets better results with this method, he will change right now. And how are we most going to utilize this ability? You're going to see that you're going to be counseling with many cholerics who are filled with the weaknesses, as we'll talk about them. And they feel really frustrated and discouraged because they have all these weaknesses. And I say, it's true. You have a tough life. You have a lot of things, very, very strong things to overcome to utilize these wonderful gifts. But I said, but God has given you something very, very special. And this usually wins them over. I say, God has given you ability that once you realize that something is better, that something works, you will adopt it instantly.
Yeah.
I say, before you leave this office, you will have made a mindset. I'm changing my plan, my mind, and I'm done. We don't have to discuss it anymore. So imagine in a marriage, when a man realizes that I need to love my wife this way. That way didn't work. Before he gets to his car, he will have a mindset, I will never do that old way again. Where she may be a different temperament, and her conclusions and her desire to change may already be fading by the time she gets to the car. Or she may be tempted to rethink about it and go back to it and find out that she can't stick to it. Where he is so determined and he will stick to it, and he's not the problem anymore. I have seen the clerics are the toughest ones to get to believe and trust in God. They may believe in him, but he has no purpose in his life. Why?
Do they know what to do?
They know what to do. They
Yeah.
feel, now they believe this is what, that is more fun
They
teaching
do.
cholerics this concept about God. And I'm going to spend a few moments because it'll be one of the most important things that you can do is help them realize this principle. So I say, listen, why are you not just infatuated with God and with following Him and guiding and trusting Him? Why? Why do you think? I said, because you are a natural leader. You are a born leader. You are able to lead, but you believe, and 100 out of 100 have confirmed this, that yes, I believe that God expects me to do this. That He has given me this job to do, that I'm not to do it. He expects, that I have to do it. He is not going to do it. He has given me 100% of responsibility. And so they're acting according to their natural tendency, believing this is what God expects. And I say, okay, we have to fine tune this. You're right in a lot of it, but there is a certain point. And we go back into Scripture and saying, what makes a good military leader? What was the ones that God approved of, that He blessed? What was the problem with Saul? He was one who believed that God expected him to do it all, even offer the sacrifice. He had no problem. The problem is, I said, the way that I understand through my reading of the whole, all the Scriptures, and I look at what he said, this is a good leader, this is a bad leader. How he organizes his tactics of military warfare. He says, understand, I am the military commander. I am the commander-in-chief. That's God. Come to me, I'm going to give you the plan. And you go. And you do it. And they said, really? That's all? And He'll give me the rest to do? I said, absolutely. You go back, every time you need something, you can go back and say, okay, what do we do? And that's consulting in God. You don't have to make every decision, but He said He wants you to know He is your source of power. He is your strength. He is providing the power, not you, Saul. You are not offering the sacrifice. You are not God. You are not you're not commissioned to do that. You follow me, then I set you loose. I will give you everything in you. So you come to me for the assignment. You come to me with what equipment you need, and you go. I will send you out, and you're completely in charge. That concept they love. And I tell them where Paul blew it. He didn't look back. He didn't consult God, and everything went south from there. But it's a misunderstanding. I can't totally beat up Saul because he didn't understand. There was no one there to teach him this principle that if you follow this, things will go well with you. It's very, very, very significant.
That was the difference between him and David, King David. He always consulting the Lord.
Always consulting God.
Always consulting the Lord.
And then God sends him out
Then
to do
just
it.
giving him victory one after the other.
Because they need to be, these are leaders, they need to be in charge. And God understands. He said, I made you that way, of course you're going to be in charge. But not 100%. I am your source of strength, I am your source of power. So now this individual realizes that their concept of God was wrong. That they didn't know, they thought they absolutely were not supposed to pray to Him. That they were not supposed to look, and they were supposed to come up with this on their own. And when they realized, well, that's what He wants, I can do it. Before they leave the room, their faith has changed.
You said a sentence there that's absolutely crucial. Their concept of God was wrong.
Right.
So it
And
really doesn't matter which personality, character we have. What is going to mess up is our
Yes.
not understanding who God is.
Yes.
Absolutely. You're going to see today every temperament
The
can
concept-
have the wrong conception of God based on their temperament.
And then if we have the wrong concept of God, doesn't matter how good we practice our personality, whatever, it's not going to work.
Right. It can't work.
That sentence is anointed, okay? Write it down.
Yes. It will make a huge difference in your
Huge
ministry.
difference.
Getting them to understand what is your concept of God. How can I correct that through your temperament, through your gifts, through your understanding of how you should be seeing God? And it works, and that principle works very, very well. They love that idea that they can still be in charge. But they just need to keep looking back and say, okay, how am I doing? How am I doing? Look good? Okay, I'm on it. That's all that he expects you to do. And he will give you, he's more than happy. Whatever you need more troops, you need more ammunition, you need more cover, whatever you need, I will give it to you. He says, really? You'll do that? I don't have to come up with it on my own? He says, I like this idea. It was a bit of a burden having to come up with all that. No, he supplies you. That's the concept. You're in charge, but he is your sword. He is constantly supplying you with everything you need. Everybody's like, you need more wisdom? You got it. You need more guidance? Whatever you need, I will give it to you. That's exciting for the choleric. Now we're in a right relationship with God. I understand, and that's fear of the Lord.
Yes.
That's how I understand fear of the Lord. I understand my relation. I'm in a right relationship with God. I know who you are. I know who I am. That's fear of the Lord. I'm not cowering at your feet, but I'm in a right understanding of who you are. Okay, we see, so when you look at down these strengths, they're independent. They have to be independent. Remember, if they were to call on everyone else's opinion, where would they be? Nothing would get done. They have to be, and they feel kind of isolated. It's not so glamorous as you think. They may feel, well, I'm alone here. I'm up on top, and you guys are down there. But they have to be independent. They cannot allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to influence them, because nothing would get done. They would never get the results that they need. So they have a lot of confidence, because they're very strong. Now, why do they have this confidence? Because they've taken the time to research what they're doing. They've watched themselves, they've watched others, they've watched this thing work. Now I say, okay, this works, we're going with it. So yes, when they come up with a plan, they have thought about it a lot, and they know, they are convinced that it works, that it's a good plan. In fact, it's the best plan. And so if you're going to challenge me again, it better be good. You better have something good up your sleeve to convince me, because I put a lot of thought into this. So they're going to have a lot of confidence. Able to delegate work. They have that's what I tell them. That's what you're called to do. You're not supposed to do it all.
Yes.
Temptation to a lot of clerics, well, I'll just do it myself. I'll just do it. And they find themselves micromanaging everybody. That's a big weakness when they want to micromanage. Their job is to delegate, and they do it very, very well. They can spoil it by micromanaging. So I said, if you're going to give it, give it. You need to empower that person to do what they need to do. Big challenge for them, to learn that they need to empower their people that they delegate. But that's how they get so much done. They find out all the best people, what they're really good at, and they give you these jobs. They pass out all the tasks, and this operation works smoothly because everything's getting done. When I first began my business, woodworking wire was so difficult because I had to do everything. I didn't have the wherewithal or the knowledge to know how to delegate, so I did everything. And so I had every single hat on that you can imagine, and it was just exhausting and very, very inefficient. Again, they just solve problems. God has given them this gift. They can make decisions so quick, they can solve problems on the spot, because God knows that He designed them to get results, so He had to give them this gift. So you see why these gifts fit in. They inspire others. They have so much enthusiasm. They have so much passion for what they do. They will explain that if you just think like I think, we will get this done. We will accomplish this. We can do this. They motivate their team through their belief that it can be done, because they're invincible. You try to tell them this can't be done, it's the most ridiculous thing you'll ever want to do, because they are so convinced. They do not need to hear any discouragement from you. In fact, I've seen cholerics eliminate from their team on the spot. A dissenter is one who just doesn't believe that we can do this. It's like I have one friend who's a high choleric he's a builder, and he has this team of men. And if one says, it's just he sees a defeated attitude. It's like boss, there's no way we're going to get this job done on time. So you know what?
It's gone.
You can go home.
Yep.
And there's this guy over here, take his place. And I've watched it that quick. You can go home. I don't need that. I want somebody who's as convinced as I am that this job, even though it's totally, we can't even imagine it, right? We're not even in drywall yet, and we want these people to move in next week. It will get done. And their conviction will find a way, but it's not with people on their team who doesn't believe it. They will discourage the whole team, and production goes down. So that's what they will do, anything to get this work done, to get the results that they need. Again, excel in emergencies. You'll find out. Check out, just for fun, go in and ask the temperament of your emergency room doctors and nurses. You will find that most of them are choleric. They need to make decisions. So this is life and death. Your paramedics, many of them are cholerics. They're just called to that because they need to make decisions instantly in order to save that life. And they do it, and they really do it well. They're drawn to the right field. Visionaries, they never run out of visions. They just have so many ideas. It's constantly, and it's ways to, that's why their businesses grow. That's why they add more businesses, more banks, more additions, more, it just grows and grows because they have vision. And they make that vision happen by their abilities. Take all those other characteristics, that's why their visions become reality. That's why I have 10 offices and let's say not one, because I believe I just keep growing. That's why I'm going to have 500 McDonald's and not one. It's just, we can do this again, we can do it, and they just grow and grow. This thing is bizarre to me, but they really love pressure. Where the other temperaments may hate pressure, some temperaments more than others, but they love it. They thrive on it. It's because it's a challenge. Remember, it goes back to, it's a challenge that I get to overcome. So bring it on. Bring that pressure on, baby. I'm going to overcome it. You need this done by Sunday. It should have another 2 weeks. No problem. Now it's like this. Watch me work now, right? And they will find a way to get it done. That adventure is what they thrive on. So when they lose that challenge is when they lose motivation. Just take away their challenge. They don't want to do that. Very self-reliant. They have everything. They feel they have everything they need, and again, that's your number one problem with getting them to believe in God or trust in God, because they have everything. They think they've been given everything they need, and they're expected to do it. So realizing that yes, you can be self-reliant when you still look to the chief.
Yeah.
Get that in the right order, and you're allowed to be self-reliant. High energy, forget about it. They go on 4 hours sleep all day long, non-stop. Risk takers, never afraid. Again, challengers, they're not afraid of challenges. They love challenges. They love to achieve. These are the people who they will do it. They will never, ever ask you to do something that they're not willing to do themselves. They're out there with the tool belt on. They would rather do it themselves. They love it. They love the work. They love to be able, they will do it. They will show that, I'm going to prove to you. In fact, that's the number one way that they prove that it can be done is because I know I can do it. I could get this job done in a week, right? Give me my tool belt, I will get this done. So if I can do it, you can do it. That's where they get their confidence from. They know that they've done it, they can do it. You ask anyone, they say, well, how do you know you can do that? How do you know it can get done? How do you know we can open up under the branch? Because I've done it. I've studied it, I did it, it's a reality. Now some of their weaknesses. Imagine taking, the number one thing, you have all these beautiful strengths, which many other of the temperaments want these gifts. Everybody wants these gifts. And so you will see on many of the assessments that people are scoring choleric when they're not choleric. That they want them. It's just they can't even resist. They want these tendencies. And so, yeah, I can do that, or I've been that, or I have to be that. And they may score it in that way that they may want to add that element. Now the test has already been modified. It's been modified to adjust to people choosing choleric. So you have to really, really work at it to get these choleric terms. You have to be a choleric, and still it gets through. It slips through. I will find probably, we'll study the next time, but the sanguine melancholy temperament who believes they have all these and loves these things usually scores high on as a choleric. We recently did a survey of this particular company that we're in now. We gave them all the people they gave the survey to, the assessment to, and we picked out. They asked us to pick out who were the top, the most efficient, the most successful people in their field. So this is a chiropractic office, and they are training chiropractors to do a certain type of running a certain franchise. And they asked us to find out. They asked John and I to find out. Could you see? We gave us 20 names of the highest achievers, and they said, find out who they are. We want to go after this particular temperament, which is smart. Right? If people come to me and say, we need salesmen, we want to know what is the best salesman for our product, I will find them the temperament for that. And I already know what it is, but I say, this is what you need to go after. Or whatever business needs certain temperaments, and I help them sort out and find those particular individuals by interviewing them, by helping them take the instrument. We find out what is the best suited. Well, this was fascinating. So they were convinced that the best performers were the cholerics. They thought it would be a choleric sanguine, is what they thought. Because these are people, they're people, but they're drivers. These people need to go out and really get this business going. They need to work really hard. They need to organize a business. All these things going and setting up a new business, a new practice. They were convinced we want cholerics, and they showed us these 20 people. I'm going to say 8 out of 10 were choleric. But as we studied them, as we looked at their needs, we studied their needs chart, we looked at pictures of them, we talked with them, and we realized, because that's where validation is so, so important. We're the only ones that validate. Of all the different assessments that are out there, I have to tell you that we are the only ones that validate. This is a big, big problem. If ever you're going to use this instrument with your client, you need to validate it. So out of those 20 people, most of them took it wrong. They were all sanguine melancholies, which we're going to learn about. These are the super achievers. These are the ones who can do anything. They're invincible. And they're super people, right? So they were convinced that their best achievers were choleric melancholies. They are going after the wrong people. And it turns out, but it was okay, because even though they took the test wrong, the sanguine melancholies were finding their way into the business and being very successful. They just need a deeper understanding, because they were pushing out some of the other tests that they thought were not what they wanted. But they were still the right ones. So it turned out that it was not the choleric. It was the sanguine melancholies who loves all of these attributes, wants them, and can actually copy them and use them. They're the ones that really utilizes the strengths in this category. So we know that they are totally achievable. Any one of you that wants these strengths, go for them. You may have to practice at it, but you can get them.
Do you have time for a question?
Sure.
So are you saying, kind of like what Yada said, you just made what to me seemed like a really big statement. You said, did you just say that the sanguine melancholies, even though the choleric really is not their wiring, because they're drawn to it if they basically set themselves to develop those areas of weakness, that they actually can become strengths?
Absolutely.
And so that could be, is that therefore how it can be one reason why then the single melancholy can be confused into thinking that that is their wiring?
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, plus they really, really want those. They really like those. Of all the blends, they really like those characters. But then again, everyone does. A lot of people will tend to be a little higher on choleric than they really are. But especially the sanguine melancholy is just driven is just driven to those. They love those characteristics, and they want to exude them, and they do, which makes them even more powerful, makes them even more invincible. We're going to look at that next time. They're a wonderful, wonderful study. Okay, so now we're going to see some weaknesses of the choleric.
Gary,
These are the things that.
can you stop for a minute? I need to change the battery.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Who's missing? Is that all you back there?
Karen's in the restroom, I believe. She's on her way back.
So you can do it.
Like, because you know, we're split, like your B is sanguine and melancholy. In situations, even though one might be more domineering in a certain situation with the other.
All right, let's look at some of the weaknesses. They really have some of the toughest weaknesses to overcome. They're going to rely a lot on 1 Corinthians 13, the love chapter. It's really the number one tool that I give them. I give them a page of it all printed out, showing them how they need to love their way through these, because it's difficult. I mean, I feel for them. I have to tell you, they have a tough challenge, because they can be, but always go back, and I help them understand, but it's because you are so goal-oriented. Your number one drive is to accomplish this goal. So that, yes, you're going to be, and have the tendency to be demanding, domineering. You're so into getting results, you're bored. It's, they get so bored so quickly. If they're not constantly moving and changing and advancing and inventing, they can get bored. I think their biggest problem is their impatience. The number one issue that I have to work on with them is their impatience. They're annoyed so easily, and they have to be shown that they're because they don't see it. If a choleric has to say something twice, if you repeat, ask a question, and ask it the second time, you're pushing it. Right? If you say it a third time, you're in trouble. You're going to get, now imagine in a marriage, this is the biggest problem in a choleric and another temperament marriage, is this impatience, the expectation, and you're going to get a lot of criticism. This is where the criticism comes from. It flows from their impatience, their frustration. It's why they can be very, very, very sarcastic and critical. You see down below. It's even though it's not meant to hurt, their sarcasm and criticism is not meant to hurt, as we'll see with the melancholy. Well, I want to hurt you. I want to say this to punish you, because you hurt me, and I'm going to retaliate, and I'm going to hurt you. Just so you get this going in your mind, there's different reasons. They just want to fix the situation. A choleric I've seen, he can walk into a room and he can annihilate the whole office by criticism. And I watched it. I was present when this, I've seen it a number of times. They'll criticize them for not going fast enough, not getting it done, for doing this wrong. He walks out of the room, comes back a minute later, and it's just like nothing ever happens. Like, what's everybody so down about? It's like, well, you just destroyed us. You just annihilated us, and they don't see how they just crushed all their production, just went completely down. And they just think, I'm just trying to point out what needed to be fixed so we can get it done, right? But they just destroyed everyone in the office or on the team doing it. Very, very, a lot of work you're going to do in this area. And so I say in a marriage where it's like, like I said before, you ask a question twice. God forbid you ask a question twice. Then you're going to get this, you're going to get the body language, and the other person is seeing this, and you feel like a failure, you feel stupid, you feel like there's something wrong with me, but you get like this, didn't I just show you this? And they will show you, so you will watch this, so you say, can you show me again? They will show you the exact same thing they told you before. They will do it, because that works for them, right? They will repeat it in exactly the same way. And this is true. I mean, when I was working with this choleric, and I was building for this fellow, and he would show me a print, and I was like, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, and he's like, and he goes, I just explained the whole thing to you, you know. And then he said, you know what? You're gonna have to try one more time. The third time, exact same way again, right? I said, you got to change something up here. And that's what I'm giving us techniques that they need to be shown that you've got to do it a different way. Now, if someone comes to me as a melancholy and says, can you show me, I don't get it, I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to tell you a whole different story, right? And if you still don't get it, I'm going to tell you another whole different story. Let's try this, let's try that. And I'm going to reach into the bag and pull out a different story. They will just tell you, no, this is it, this is the plan, this is the plan, and just it's there. Can't you see it? No, I don't. Just keep looking at it, you'll get it. And so their frustration that we're wasting time. This could, you know, you'll hear things like, we could have been half built with this already, you know, and but I'm just not seeing it. And so, very, very impatient can be a real problem. These are things they really need to work on. They need to overcome these, because imagine this taking place, and the biggest problem for me is in a family. When they go home and they have all these expectations and they want things done efficiently, you want things done right, and you want it done right now. And so many times, let's say if it's the husband, because there are very, very few women cholerics. You'll find, as far as a high choleric number, if you find one in your lifetime, you'll be lucky.
Wow.
They're not even 1% of the population.
Wow.
Women are not, they're just not, God did not give them the choleric temperament, you know, to be leaders. It's very rare. And so imagine when the biggest problem I find in counseling is when the husband comes home and he treats his wife like an employee. He talks to her the same way that he talks to his crew, to his office staff. He expects the same kind of performance from her as he does his team. He wants results. I have to give little techniques to let's say to the wife, saying, if he asks you, let's say, to go to the bank today, and you find you can't get it done, because when he walks in, he may have we have a quick temper. We have that issue that we deal with. They are extremely explosive. They explode quickly and then they calm right down. That is what, that's one of their characteristics. Violent temper, but then he walks back in the room, what's everybody upset about? Cannot understand, or he just devastated his wife and cannot understand why we're having a problem. And so I always say, let's say your husband asks you to go to the bank today, and you're finding it's 3 o'clock and you didn't have a chance to go. I say you would be smart to send him a text, to call him and say, I have to let you know, I apologize, I wasn't able to get it done. He can deal with that. He can totally deal with that. And then you'll say, but I'm going to do it later. I'm going to get it done tomorrow. You always have to add that element that calms them right down. Because they need to know that it's going to get done. I had many clients in my day that were choleric. If I waited till the morning of to tell them that their unit was not coming, huge anger, huge upset. If I call them the day before and I say, you know, Mr. So-and-so, I'm so sorry. We thought we were going to get done, we failed. They don't want to know anything. They don't want to know excuses.
Yeah.
Do not use excuses. They don't want to hear about it. I learned this technique. I say, you know, Mr. Johnson, I just want to tell you, I failed.
Yeah.
And they're like, silence. They said,
Yeah,
I'm not going to be there tomorrow. They love honesty. They love the fact of, okay, then, and I'll say, but I'm going to have it there the day after. Zero problem. But if I call that morning, it is a huge battle, a huge fight. Why didn't you tell me? I have all these guys lined up. I'm ruining his schedule. I had an electrician and the TV guy, they're all lined up. Now I got to cancel it all. If you had told me, they adjust, but they need to know. So the wife that says, I didn't get it done, but it will be done tomorrow, calm right down. They can live with it. They just want to know when. That they want to know that it's going to get done. Now, if you told them I'm going to get to the bank within the next month, I don't think that's going to work. Right? They want to know what are the results, when's it going to happen, how can I get this, how are you going to accomplish this? So they don't mind failure, but you need to reinforce with when are you going to get this done. Okay, so we see that they can't relax. They're always going. always going. They always have to, they can't sit still. It's just going to be very annoying. You're trying to relax with the family, you're trying to enjoy yourself, and they're just looking around things of what needs to be rebuilt in the room, what needs to be cleaned, what needs to be fixed, I should be doing that, I could be doing that. They can't relax. Real problem. Very impetuous. They'll make decisions right now. You know, they can do things, they buy things, and like, what comes home with a new boat. It's like, what? We live in the desert. What were you thinking? Well, it was a good deal. You know, it's like, we have this plan. This is about the level of their craziness, what they can do. They're so impetuous. It seemed right at the time. We saw why they're inflexible, because they're inflexible. You need to know how to deal with that. But they want to stay on their plan because it works, it gets the job done. Don't mess with it. But they're not complimentary. They don't understand compliment. You're very, very rare you'll find cholerics giving compliments because they don't need them. Here's a situation where they don't understand, why do you need them? I don't need them. Because they're so confident. They know that they're doing a great job. They knew that it's perfect. They don't need your compliment. They don't need it. Your affirmation. It does nothing for them. They just want you. You make them feel good by telling them when you're going to be done. But as far as giving them compliments, it's really, you'll be disappointed. And so they don't receive them and they don't give them. I had one mom who never gave her children compliments. She never gave her husband compliments. She didn't understand it. She did not understand why she should affirm them. We had a wonderful teaching to explain about how this was significant, how this could just change her husband's behavior. He was not doing what she had hoped he would do. I said, whenever he does something, do you ever affirm it? No, why? He's just doing what he's supposed to do. He's just doing what I've asked him to do. Well, why should he get any credit for that? I said, because some temperaments need affirmation. They will not do it again unless you encourage them. They need to learn that. Some temperaments absolutely need affirmation, as we're going to see. So they're not complimentary. They need to learn that they're unsympathetic. There's no time for sympathy. And this woman has, her child would fall down and be crying. It's like, get up, come on, get up. And but see, that's part of their makeup. Pretend you're, let's say you're a military leader and you're out on the battlefield. It's like, come on, we're going, let's go. And it's like, my leg hurts. It's like, let's go. He's got to get that guy to safety. There's no time to whine about your hurting leg, or I don't care if your leg is half gone. I'm going to drag you to safety, right? So there's no time for sympathy. They think that it's a wasted emotions, which is really a problem when you have children, especially, or a wife that needs some sympathy, and you have no compassion. They have to learn this. These are things and I spend a lot of time, a huge part of my counseling is with cholerics. I would say there was a point, seems to go in waves, but there was a time I had 8 out of 10 couples that I was counseling, one of them was choleric. Either first or second, but it's the only time you didn't hear me say it, but it causes a lot of problems in a marriage because they haven't dealt with these issues. They're treating their spouse like an employee. They don't have the things that we need, the basics of these things that we need. A wife, will not understand that she works all day creating this beautiful dinner, and he's sarcastic, because something could have been better, could have been more efficient. She doesn't get it. She just destroyed her whole day. And they have to learn that this is really devastating because they don't feel it. You criticize them, they don't care. They know you're just wrong anyway. So you can criticize me all you want. It doesn't affect me. We saw that they have to be in control. These are our natural leaders. They have to find a way. Either they will get elected or they will make themselves leaders. I did a test when I first gave this. One of the first seminars that I gave, I told you I had about 50 people in the room. And I broke them into the different groups, and they had 2 basic questions that they had to answer. And I wanted to see how they did with answering these, if they were going to be true to their temperament about answering the questions. And I'll tell you more about this story, but So we divided into 4 groups, and then they had to all stand up and tell me the results. But I'll tell you the results as we go through the day. With the first one, the cholerics, it was their first time. There was like 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them. I think there was 3. So I said, okay, who's going to be the spokesman? And they said they had like 10 minutes to answer these questions. And they said, well, we don't have the answers. We spent the whole time arguing about who was going to be the leader. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
This is true. This is a true story. We couldn't decide who was going to be the leader, so we didn't get anywhere.
Wow.
You can't make this stuff up. Then I'll tell you how I went with the other groups. Remind me about one. Now, what did the next group do as we go through each temperament? Okay, they have to be in control. They have this. They're going to have this pride because they've accomplished so much. They've accomplished great things, and they're going to let you know about it. They're going to make sure that you know that the great achievements that they've done, and why it is the best. His plan. That's why his plan is always the best. They tend to use people. Remember that's a real problem. They can manipulate. They want results. Everything goes back to getting results. Getting results and quickly. Always put those 2 things together. I want results and I want them quickly. If you understand that, you will understand 90% about the choleric and why he does what he does. You see? You will understand why they have all these weaknesses. And that's what you help them understand. It's not like you're such a bad fellow. It's just this is what you're after and you don't know how to get it. You have to learn how to get these things that you can be more efficient in love. Now this is where it gets to be fun. Remember what I said? If you help them understand, if you were to love your teammates or your office staff, or if you were to find ways to compliment them, it's like, and it kills them to have to do it, but when they do it and it works, you've got them. You've got them living the gospel because it's the right thing to do, because it works. So they need to understand that the gospel does give better results. You want things to go well for you, love as Jesus told you to love, and you're going to find much, much better results, much less frustration in your work. But they can use people. They will try to push them and push them and push them to get the most out of them. And this is where people can feel taken advantage of. They decide for others. They will tell you what you're thinking. They will tell you what you need to do. They will cut you off in the middle of a sentence and tell you, well, you just do this. Because their mind is going a million miles an hour. And they say, well, and they've got the answer, but they don't know how to present it. They don't know the right way to tell you what you need to do. They have the attitude, because of their confidence, that they know everything. They can't say, I'm sorry. Why should I? I'm never wrong. Why should I say I'm sorry? It's your fault. You're the one that screwed it up.
Gary, have you heard that saying? People who think they know everything really are annoying to those of us who do.
That would work out great with them. That would be it.
Yeah, you can say that because that's definitely not you.
I told you about how they enjoy controversy. You'll see them, and you guys gotta. I had a client last week. It was hysterical. He's choleric, and it's like he brought up this conversation in the middle of nowhere. I said, and I just started laughing. I says, "You just want to get me going." Right? I said, and he just laughed. I said, "You just want to get us off track and just get me going about this deal about politics, which is the last thing I want to talk about in the counseling session." Right? But he saw a little window to get in there, and he started mentioning something. It's like, next thing you know, it's like, no. I said, we're not going here. I said, you're just doing this to get me riled up. And so I nipped that one right away. You got to watch. They love to do it. It's fun for them.
Hey Gary, do you think that the reason why we don't have more women leaders in positions of being presidents and leaders of countries is because of the lower percentage of choleric women?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think God intended it for that.
You think is Hillary and Trump are both pretty high choleric, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
She may not be that
I don't
choleric.
think she's that choleric.
He definitely is. He's definitely
He
choleric.
is.
I think she is because she doesn't care. She's just.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think she's.
I think
choleric.
Obama's
I
the
know-
wrong temperament for the job.
Yeah.
That's what I always thought. Anyway,
He definitely is. Now he's got all these negative characteristics, which they're always pointing out.
He doesn't know how to.
And the thing is, he doesn't
operate
understand,
this
being
way.
in that level of authority, he doesn't understand that he needs to be effective.
Right.
He hasn't
Like
figured
with
out
this-
that these don't work.
yeah,
He
Yeah.
hasn't figured that out. Maybe,
Sarcasm.
see,
yeah, I know. I'm not
he may
saying
have,
sorry.
he may do great in business because
Exactly.
you railroad your business, you railroad production and efficiency because you use people, because you walk all over them, because you dominate them, you domineer over them, all those things you do, but you will get production. No one will be happy on your team. No one will be happy in your organization. They may even hate you, but you'll get your product. If that's all you want, is product. See, my shop was ministry. My goal was to evangelize my men. My goal was, the woodworking was a sideline, right? It was not about how much money can we make, how much can I control you, how fast can we get this done. It's like, how can I love you guys? How can I teach you? How can I help your families? And that's why I spend every afternoon always counseling somebody. Right now, I think I'm working with at least 5 guys in the shop. Because that's why I'm there.
So beautiful.
It's like, that's what it's about. My partner used to say, this woodworking is a sideline. He says, yeah, but this is really, we should call it Woodworkers Woodworkers Stamina Counseling Center. Because it was always, because they sensed there was something we were willing to spend time with them and to deal with. That was not, money was definitely not the most important thing by far. But he needs to learn that. He was going to get but he doesn't have the compassion. It's not built in. He doesn't have the compassion or joy or the ability to care about other people. It's about getting results. So he thinks he's going to lead this country through getting results that he thinks.
That's why he's been married 3 times already.
Right. He treated them all like, I'm sure, like employees or just his workers. And so, if you cannot get people to working with you, people love to work with us. They just love to be in our shop. They would come from all over to try to work in our shop because they had heard of the environment. It is such a wonderful, loving environment, and we produce beautiful product, and everyone's happy. It's the only shop in town where you'll find people that say everyone in this place is happy.
They're all beautiful. They love
right.
Everyone. And the other ones just don't fit in, and they want to be weeded out.
So I have a real sad story about a clerk, and my mother-in-law is German, and her brother was taken at 12 for the Nazi youth program, and he's strong clerk and CEO of one of the top national companies, international, and his wife found out she was sick and she left him. She goes, I want to spend my last 2 years on my own, and he was devastated. He had no idea, and he was all those things to his family on the side of his weaknesses.
He had no idea.
No idea. He could not fathom in mind why she would do that. And it was so sad,
Yeah.
and there's no record that she died. I mean, they were talking at the end, but he's like, he couldn't understand. I spent my whole life and did everything for you because that's his strengths, but no one was able to confront him on his weaknesses. And my mother-in-law just got back yesterday from spending time with him. She says it's sad. He has everything
It is.
the world could give you.
Because
He loves his family.
they just don't understand.
He doesn't have any idea why.
A simple example, that one fellow I was telling you about, I would work with him for so long. And whenever he criticized his wife, it would always be, in loud criticism. It would be sarcasm and criticism. I finally, through 1 Corinthians 13, helped him understand how he needed to love. So he thought he toned down his language, he stopped criticizing. But then she tells me, but then he did something so far worse. He would sigh. And you would never believe the body language that comes with a sigh. So he walks in and he sees that and he goes, ah. She said, I wish you would scream at me. I wish you would beat me. Anything but that sigh it just crushes me. So then we are going to the next level. You're still not there. But I stopped this. I did what you said. But now your body language is even worse. And that was I think I had to videotape him before he actually understood that I don't do that.
This was someone you worked with?
Yeah.
Your partner? Your,
No, this is a friend I worked with in business. That,
oh, okay.
not a partner, but he just, and then plus I was counseling for years with him. But he just could not see it. They will sit there and talk like this. I'm not raising my voice. I'm not raising my voice. Honest to God. And we're talking. They can hear it from the next room. I put my phone. I recorded it. He could not believe this. He thought this was his normal voice. And the wife would deal with this every single day. And he says, because he talks to me, it's like I'm talking to you just like I am now. But I said, but how come right in front of me in the office you're not you're yelling and you don't even hear it. So it's really, really, they just don't see it. Now these are some of the smartest people, yet cannot see their own blindness. It's really, really amazing. So we're going to do. I'm going to go to a little review. So this is just going to be a review, getting some special effects here, to help implant it in your mind. You see. So we're going to look at again some of the just review the main characteristics of them. We know that they're strong-willed, self-determined, optimistic. They have all the optimism. This is wonderful. I mean, they have that positive outlook. No matter any problem that they come across, they are going to conquer it because they love to conquer problems. You tell them, if you say, we've got a problem, you will get a response, there's no such thing as a problem. That's an obstacle to overcome. I hear that from them. There's no such thing as a problem. Self-sufficient, remember this is a big, big problem. They've got everything they need. Big, big problem. So help them understand you do have a lot, but you need your team. You need God. You need His influence. You need His leadership. Then you can do more than you ever imagined. Fearless, absolutely. Not easily discouraged. It takes a lot to get them discouraged because they will come up with plan B, C, D, E, F, and G. They will find another plan before they get discouraged. Very strong leaders. They do encourage others. They do get everyone excited about their passion. They do get them very much involved and very excited about, because that's the only way to get it done. If I can't give you the same passion I have, how do we expect that you're going to finish this project? Nothing discourages them. They will find that's just no problem. Big, big problem, that instant anger. It's explosive and it's very loud and very violent because they want to shut you down because you're stopping production. So if I shut you down with my loud voice and anger, we can get back on track. There's a reason for everything that they do. Plus they're so upset that things are spoiling. You're spoiling their plan, and they're very protective of that plan, and so they tend to explode in this anger. And that's something that definitely needs to come under control. Insensitive to the needs of others, absolutely. They need to learn compassion. They need to learn what's going on in you. They're so self-absorbed, they can't imagine that anything in you is more important than what's going on in my heart or my head. Can't imagine it. How could that be any, aren't we all focused on this job? No, maybe the rest of us see other things in life that are more important than this project or this goal that you have. Maybe we have families or feelings or problems in our life that need to be dealt with. It's not just about this goal that you have. You need to see that. Again, that's the reason why it just gets in the way. Emotions get in the way. You'll hear them say things like, "Oh, I hate emotions." That's not a good idea, right? Emotions are all given by God. Unsympathetic and harsh. Disgusted by tears. They thought, boy, again, they hate emotions. So tears is a real big problem. You think it's going to help melt them, it disgusts them. So if you're helping, say, sometimes I would say to a woman, I'd say, sometimes you need to have some tears. to get your husband to respond. He needs to see that you're really suffering. It doesn't work with them. It just doesn't work. In fact, it works to the opposite. They see it as weakness in their spouse, and it disgusts them. This is being training, saying your wife is crying. You need to look a little deeper at why is she crying. It's not weakness. It's expressing an emotion. Oh, emotion! I hate emotions. See how much we have to overcome? It's a lot of work. A lot of work. I am like super professional dealing with cholerics because so many of them come in. Again, lack of compassion, makes decisions for others, cruel. They can be cruel. They're so strong. Their words can be so biting and so crisp. They can really hurt. We know that they instantly become leaders. They just take over. All right. Any questions on this page? Any questions at all? Kind of just.
I don't get why anyone would want to do this.
Well, they don't have a choice.
I know, but I mean, like you said, a lot of people take the test wanting to be this.
The strengths.
The strengths.
Absolutely, the strengths.
Strength.
Yes.
Well, I didn't want to cut off your answer if you had more to answer. Okay. Well, I was actually, it's funny, I was going to do another, okay, so review. Are you saying that, for instance, you know, it's easy to look at these weaknesses and be like, and basically have that response and think, oh, you know, there's no hope. But in reality, all of these propensities or vulnerabilities to weakness, we have to see them all as opportunities for the grace of God to come in and be the strength in that place of weakness, so that, you know, nothing is ever held into that weakness. So it's actually a great opportunity for God's strength to be, His power to be perfected in that weakness, which can actually really make an ideal leader if they become aware in their brokenness.
I have changed whole companies by
No doubt.
teaching cholerics temperament.
No doubt.
By helping them, but always, I'm just going to say this, you always point out their strengths and reasons why they have these weaknesses. They need to understand that. That says, this is what you have to overcome. When I say, I understand why you're this way,
Yeah.
because you're so goal-oriented. I understand what you're trying to accomplish. I'm here to tell you it doesn't work. You think it does, but it doesn't. And they agree. I've spent so much time. People come back and say, my whole company is different. Because I'm actually, one fellow, I mean, and it doesn't take always monumental things. One fellow I forced him. It killed him to do it. I said, every morning I want you to go out and go to every bench. One, just stop and say hello, say anything I can do for you today. It was like people were blown away. Blown away. And this was in New Zealand, actually. It was a guy was so egotistical and so proud, and his employees were necessary evils. You know, they were nothing to be that you'd have a relationship with. And you know, I was just working there as an employee. But I was talking to him and sharing with him one day. I said that what I knew about this, and I said, you could change things. Just try this one thing. And he said, okay, I'm going to do it. I can't see it as bad. And so this is how things happen. How we can, when they realize I can increase production. That's not why he did. He said, I'm just going to, because things were really in dissension in this shop. It was a woodworking shop in New Zealand. And there was no camaraderie. There was nothing. There was no spirit of unity at all. And I said, try this. As the leader, he went out every morning and just stopped at every bench and just greeted them and said, how is it today? Is anything that you need? Any problems at home? Just a few moments. And just said, anything you need, any tool, anything you need, and you know, went from bench to bench to bench. And within 3 days, people said, what is going on? What is going on? This is wonderful. He actually cares about us. He actually cares. The whole atmosphere changed in this shop because they realized they were part of a team, and the boss loved them. He cared for them. And it wasn't just about how much can you produce today. It wasn't just a number. I became a person today. One guy said, it wasn't, you know, if I ever saw him, it was about, are you going to be done today or what? You know, that kind of attitude, as opposed to, how are things at home? I became a person today. You go every day to work and you're just a robot building something for this greedy guy. Now everybody's attitude began to change.
Wow.
And so it's stories like this that I try to encourage people to say, you can do this. And we were modeling after 1 Corinthians 13, and here's examples of all the ways that you can love, all the ways you can overcome these weaknesses, because those weaknesses are all mentioned in 1 Corinthians 13. This is how you can overcome them. And the exciting part is once they see that it works,
Yes.
you've got them for life.
Yeah.
Because now you've switched their focus. I want to go with what gets results.
Yeah.
And they are good to go. And they will stick with those. So, but they're not hopeless. These people just need to be shown
Yes.
a better way. And when that woman realized that if I affirm my children, I'm going to change behavior. I'm going to change our relationship. I'm going to change their love for me and my love for them. It's just, and all I did was affirm them. But I thought, why do you need? So that's a weakness that you need affirmation. I said, no, it's a need. It's a temperament need.
Wow.
Change the whole dynamic in the family. So it's work, but it's fun work because they're not hopeless and they're very smart and they do want the best results. So remember those when you see somebody that seems like they've got all these weaknesses. All they need is the willingness to change.
That's so good.
If they have the willingness, you can work with them. If not, you know what, send them home.
Yeah.
If they're so strong and so egotistical, you can't.
Yep.
But if they are, you have a lot to work with.
Beautiful.
Unforgiving and revengeful. Yep, the last one. Why should you're the one who screwed up? You're the one that cost me all this money. Why should I forgive you? It's just again learning to teach them to live the gospel.
Because love gets results.
Another little quick review. More strengths in their activities. So we see some of the qualities. They're good organizers. They're able to make decisions. Great in quick in emergencies. Very not afraid to jump out and do what needs to be done. A keen, quick mind. Very practical. Everything is very, very what needs to be done to get this done right now. It's not a thought. It's how we're going to do it. They can figure it out. And they can stimulate others into activity. They love opposition. Again, they just review and they just love that opposition. They set goals and they reach them. That's what makes them different from most. They actually set their goals and they work and work and work to reach them. That's why people make them in charge. So they know that this person, if I put you in charge, it's going to get done. If I give you this assignment, it's going to get done. Overly self-confident, prejudiced, bored by details, hate details. Just somebody better do it for me because they're just not into details. They want the big picture. That's why I'll just send all you guys doing all the detail work and I'll just organize the whole big plan. Now while you're working on that, I'm off to the next thing. I'm off to the next project. They don't analyze, they just do it. If this is what seems to be working, just do it. Analyzing takes too much thought, too much time, too much energy. They're not about it. They'll rely on their melancholies to do that for them. They will hire someone to analyze, but they're not going to do it. Forces others to agree to their plan. They will find a way. They will talk and talk and talk. They will repeat it over and even get louder and louder and louder until you just say, "You win. You're right. You're right. It must be." You don't want to. Most of us do not want to be up against that kind of opposition. And they're hard to please because their way is the best way. So unless you find a way to present it, you're going to have a tough time trying to please them. They are such perfectionists. Only time for their own. Anybody, because if you can't help me, I don't want anything to do with you. I'm really not interested, even as a friend on my team. If you can't help me, I'm going to spend all my focus on my team, on those who, because we're working together, you're going to benefit me. I really, really want to devote my energy to you. Makes sense, right? constantly going. And I love this. It's just moving, 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 constant activity. What they're good at, they're leaders, CEOs, builders, producers, politicians, generals, anything in the military, very high, ranking positions in the military, you're going to find them. Administrators, organizers. Now I have an example. Any questions on that so far? Anything at all? This is going to give you a couple examples of the choleric temperament.
"7 years ago today,
That's that you say?
Mr. Marley died. 7 years ago this very day.
Would it be too much to ask that you return to the work for which I pay you handsomely? Mr. Cratchit!
The fire's gone cold, Mr. Scrooge.
Come over here, Mr. Cratchit. What is this?
A shirt.
And this?
A waistcoat.
And this? A coat. These are garments, Mr. Cratchit. Garments were invented by the human race's protection against the cold. Once purchased, they may be used indefinitely for the purpose for which they are intended. Cold burns. Cold is momentary, and cold is costly. There will be no more coal burnt in this office today. Is that quite clear, Mr. Cratchit?
Yes, sir.
Now, please get back to work before I'm forced to conclude that your services are no longer required.
Yes, sir.
What are some of the temperament weaknesses you saw in that little video?
Insensitive,
Oh, big time.
Insensitive, controlling,
impatient,
impatient, frustrated.
Arrogant.
Selfish.
What was it?
Arrogant. selfish.
Bossy, nice and loud.
Selfishness. yeah.
Selfish, greedy, definitely greedy, cheap.
myopic.
Well, cheap being that this is, do we really need this? We're losing productivity. We're losing, we're very incompassionate, very insensitive, because these things are getting in the way of production, which he pays so handsomely. See that point?
Yeah.
Get back to the work. Just get back to work. Wasting time, even if the fire was helpful, you're wasting time making it. You could be at your desk working. Yes.
Would you say that, in summary, that strengths can represent this when someone's in the spirit and their temperament, and their weaknesses represents when they're in the flesh?
Oh,
I
absolutely.
mean, it's just that bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to put it. The more we get them in the spirit, they can overcome. These weaknesses can be overcome. But you have to, only the gospel can teach compassion. I can't tell you to be compassionate just because it gets better results. I mean, I did it with that man in New Zealand, but he did it and he learned very quickly. He really enjoyed it. He said, I like this. This is a different, these are not my enemies. These are not necessary evils. They're actually men. There's men and women there working that. He began to enjoy a deeper, a better relationship. So he learned that maybe having compassion is a good thing. And then when he found that it increased production, then it was all over. They're working over. Before he asked them to work overtime, they tell them to go pound sand, right? My guys, if I told them to work, I said, guys, because I treated them so well, I treated them with so much kindness and compassion. Whatever they needed, I was there to help them. This is a true story. If I said that any times in all the years I was in business, if I said, guys, I need you to stay all night, we're there. We're there. It was never a question, I got to call my wife, I got to let you know. We're there. Whatever you need. I need you here at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. They're there. That's the kind of, you see that they will do anything that you need. So it's really wonderful when they can learn compassion, and it's beautiful to see. This is a great one. I want you to watch and say, watch out. Now, this, have anybody seen this movie, The Fugitive?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So remember, all you have to know is this guy he was supposed to be in charge. He was in charge, right? Before he shows up, right? And then watch what happens.
Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. Our fugitive has been on the run for 90 minutes. Average foot speed over uneven ground, barring injuries, 4 miles an hour. That gives us a radius of 6 miles. What I want out of each and every one of you is a hard target search of every gas station, residence, warehouse, farmhouse, hen-house, outhouse, and doghouse in that area. Checkpoints go up to 15 miles. Your fugitive's name is Dr. Richard Kimball. Go get it.
So love it?
Tommy Lee. No one can do it like Tommy Lee.
That's a great thing.
So tell me what's happening in that video. What were the strengths? What were the strengths that you saw there? Decisive.
Direct.
Clear instruction.
He
Quick.
took control instantly on the scene. He was there for 1 second and he immediately took control. And did you see anybody argue with him?
No.
Who's going to argue with that kind of assertiveness, that kind of authority? He knew what he was talking about. There was no question. Well, that is a great example of the way that we should be. He's asserting it in a proper way. You know, this is a great example. He's not worried about anybody's feelings. He's not worried about this guy bleeding to death next to him, right? There's no time for that.
Irrelevant. Yeah.
That's irrelevant. We need a job to do. He quickly delegates all these jobs. He tells them exactly all the information they need. Instant response, right? Isn't that a great example? All right. So we've got a good overview of the choleric. Any questions or thoughts at all about the choleric? All right, now we're going to look at, these are some important things before we finish, because these are the most important things actually, is when you learn the needs of a choleric, you will understand how to really counsel them, how to really work with them, how to understand them. So we see that they need to be in control. This isn't something that they can try to put aside. These are God-given needs. As you understand them, you will have much more understanding for them. They need to get quick results. They need personal challenges. They need independence. Very, very significant. So if you take a choleric and you give them a position way down the line, he is not going to flourish. He is going to be frustrated. He's going to be upset.
Wow.
He's going to be constantly talking to those around him of better ideas, trying to get his way to where he belongs. He's just trying to meet a need. He has to get to a place that he feels comfortable and productive in, and that's on top. And so that's how they work their way to the top, and they do it well. They can start at the bottom, but they will quickly, you hear this story after story of how they quickly work their way up, these amazing stories, because it's like until they get to the top, they're not going to be fulfilled or effective.
Would you call that being a change agent?
It's what?
Would you call that being a change agent, like a driving need to be a change agent, an agent of change?
Whatever it takes to get better results and get them on top. Yeah, they'll bring about that. They'll help bring about that change. The fears of a choleric, this is very significant if you learn this. I mean, these are some of all that we've talked about. If you understand the needs and the fears, you will be the most effective as a counselor working with these cholerics. They have a fear of being taken advantage that you wouldn't expect. You never would imagine. But they can even be very generous. I found many wealthy people being in the field that I was working. I worked with the richest of the rich, and boy, and most of them were choleric because they were all owners of CEOs of huge corporations. So most of them were CEOs. I mean, most of them were cholerics. If they sensed, if I would give them a price and it was all fine, everything good, but if they sensed that I was trying to get an extra $1 out of them, there was a big problem. I was shut down. We went immediately from a great relationship to a very poor one over a couple dollars because it's not the money. You know, they want to know that they're not being taken advantage of. example of if I brought about a charge, let's say it was completely legitimate. I'm doing this project, I'm building you this big wall unit, and I find out in the course of it that we needed some extra material. There was something that would better this that was added to the cost. And this person may agree with it, they love it, they receive it, but when I give them a bill for the extra $1,000, they freak out. It's not about the money. They could write me a check for 100 times that amount. That's not the issue. The fact that I didn't tell them. And I have to admit, you're right, I should have called you and said, you know what, I think that this unit really needs lights. I think it would really make a huge difference and put lights in. And he would have said, fine, what's going to cost? $1,000, fine, do it. If I do that, now if I screw up and I wait, he'll go for it, right? If I wait and say, then I present him a bill, 10 out of 10 times he will not pay that bill because I am trying to take advantage of him. If you had called and told me, now you're messing with me, right? Very, very cautious when you're working with them or helping them understand what their fears are. I've had it in many, many marriages where a husband may feel that somehow the wife is trying to take advantage. He may give her even a huge account. Say, you can spend $3,000 in an expense account every month. And all of a sudden she starts spending $4,000.
Yeah.
Now the guy is multi-zillionaire, right? That's not the issue. It's the fact that we agreed on $3,000 and now you're pushing it. You didn't ask me, you just assumed you're taking advantage. And it's a huge fight. Huge fight. She says, you're worth millions, you cheapskate. You on and on and on. It's like, it's not about that. I have to help her out and help her understand it's not about the money. It's about your integrity of saying, this is what works for him. You make an agreement, you don't take advantage. I have to be very careful. I have a good friend he's worth millions. It's very easy for me to call him and say, listen, I'm going to Ethiopia, I need some money. Right? And I can do that, and I have to be very careful. Because you know what I'm saying. If I call him every month, well, I got this need, I got that need, what do you think he's going to think? Now you're pushing it. Yeah. Right? I have to be very, very gentle with the guy. He could write me a check every month. It would never affect him, but I can't take advantage of him. And it's a great fear that they have because they know that everybody knows that I have this wealth, and you just want it. And so the reason why you're doing this is that fear is always present, and it really spoils a lot of their enjoyment because when you have that fear, you're always living under that. Why are you doing this? Why did you come to me? Why are you giving me this? You know, always expecting you want something. Lack of results. They really have a problem. If they don't get results, they have a fear. The number one fear is that they're not going to get results because their whole world crashes if they don't get results. Loss of influence. Remember, this is insignificant. If they lose their authority, what happens?
They don't think they have an identity.
If you're head of a company and you lose your authority, nobody listens to you. Are you going to get your results? Are you going to get your goal? So they know that they have to maintain this level of authority. And if they lose that, they know their whole team is going to fall apart. No one's going to listen to them. They're not going to get the results that they hope for. What they have to learn is that I can still have that authority and still love you. In fact, you will love me. This is the big shock to them. You actually love me more.
Yes.
I can be authoritative, but if I treat you with dignity and respect and honor, you actually love me and serve me with higher authority than if I'm an arrogant, pushy boss. And they learn this. It's really exciting to help them understand. You think, well, Gary, this stuff is so basic. You really have to teach people this? They have no clue. They have no clue that this works better, that the gospel works better.
Come on.
And expressing too much affection, if they're in a situation where they have to show affection, especially in public, it really frightens them. You know, so
this is why Pastor Bob's announcement. Okay, I want you to hug at least 5 people. Doesn't always go over very well for some people.
The cholerics in that crowd are cringing. They want to crawl under the
They
seat.
disappear, yeah. They
I
get
have to
out.
hug someone. I don't hug my wife. And I have to hug this stranger next to me. It's like, why do you need a
Most of
hug?
those sites are so fake. Yeah. Anyway.
It's like, why do I need to tell you? One guy actually, you're not gonna believe, you think I'm making a joke. One guy actually told me this. I said, how come you never tell your wife that you love her? He says, I told her the day we were married that I love her. I said, if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I know people like that.
And he was serious.
Yeah.
Nothing changed. If I would have let you know if something changed. But of course, I told you I love you. That's the program. And
The
he
wife
was,
the wife would be wise to ask.
the
I
what?
tell him what to tell me.
Yes, she does.
So
Tell me that you love me.
Right.
tell me this, tell me that, including blessing me. This
She
is how
needed-
you bless me. So that will help anyway.
She needed to express that temperament need. I need to be told. It doesn't just cut it for me. I need to be told every day. And she happened to be a sanguine and needed to be told 5 times a day. All right, the choleric and rejection. We're going to look at this for each one of the temperaments. So it's difficult for them to be rejected. There's only, that I've discovered, really only one really main way, is that when they really put a lot of effort into solving a problem, so they develop a program, a plan, a way of doing something, and they do put a lot of time into that to get it going so that it will continue. And if they see that you didn't approve of it, you don't understand their reasoning or the logic, and you just reject it, they can become depressed. They feel rejected. They feel, I can't believe that you cannot see how well this works. Don't you know how much time I put into this? I've been studying this for years. I've been doing it this way my whole life. You can't see how well it works? What's wrong with you? Right? The choleric and depression. Very difficult to get them depressed. As long as they're busy, they're happy. Right? As long as there's, they feel there's not enough hours in the day to do what I want. So as long as I have another goal, another objective, I'm allowed to work, I'm allowed to function, they're usually very, very happy. But this is really significant. This is when we, dealing with people who get hurt, they're handicapped, they have to retire. They're your toughest ones. When you're dealing with people who have to retire, I tell them, you better retire to something else because this is not going to be good for you. You better pick up something that you can stay involved in, active, always creating, inventing, because they immediately feel they lived this whole life of running companies and huge organizations, and now I'm at home sitting here with just me and my wife or whatever, and they begin to feel worthless. That's why they're joining all the, that's why they're joining church boards, and they're the head of every organization. One fellow called me the other day who said, I said, I've been trying for days to get hold of you. He says, oh, you got to excuse me. He says, I'm in charge of 5 boards. 5 major boards, and they're all over the country. So this guy said they have to stay, they're smart to stay in a position of authority, of changing, of influencing others in order to stay fulfilled. I know one person, if they feel they're not productive, they really they can become depressed. Especially if they're handicapped, they can't do what they normally do. That's a real problem. It takes a lot of work to find things, to help them find things they can do so they can be productive and work and continue on doing what they must do. I know one woman who was just, she was only part choleric, but she got old. All she could look around was see the cobwebs and the dirt that was coming in her house because she couldn't clean it. And so she felt unproductive, that her house was, she couldn't do what she normally loved to do, was clean her house. So, because when guests came over, she wanted it nice for them. And so now she couldn't do that. So we would walk in, and the first thing she'd do was apologize for her messy house. People would come to see her, but all she could think about was the dust and the dirt, because she felt worthless, and she felt a lot of self-pity. So they're very, very significant. What causes them, what their needs, their fears, what causes them depression, very, very significant. Okay, some choleric language. Is it done yet? Don't waste my time. I've already checked that box. What is your problem? I want it now. You didn't understand the first time? If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
That's pretty funny. If I want your opinion,
And we're going to move on to this. Before we go to the same, would you like to take a break for lunch?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's break there, and we'll start it again. Let's take a look at some of those.
5 o'clock.
she thinks
We
you're
laugh,
joking.
he's not kidding.
Yes, that one's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
I mixed it up after an hour and
All
a
right, let's
half.
keep going. We've got so much to cover. It's unbelievable.
Okay, let's go.
No, not at all, it's fine. It's just
Okay, we ready?
We're good.
We're going to begin. It's all right. We're going to begin with the sanguine. We'll continue on with the next temperament. All right, let's look at some of the attributes of the sanguine. Now, the sanguine is going to be the one that's the bubbly, outgoing, just lively, friendly. They love to be with people. They love to visit. They love to have fun. They are all about just spreading the joy. Their gift is to spread joy wherever they go. They have tremendous personality. So let's just go down through some of the strengths. They have such an appealing personality. They love people. They have a very warm, bubbly, effervescent type of personality. They can really light up a room. They can really spread joy with it wherever they go. They have a natural smile. They just are able to smile without even trying. It just comes so easy for them. They love to smile. They're definitely the life of the party. You will find if you walk into a party, there could be a group of people, and in the center is a person. That's the sanguine. He's got them all captivated. He's probably telling stories. They're great storytellers, very talkative. They're a good sense of humor. Are comedians, but you usually see a whole group of people gathered around them. They have usually the most to share, the most to talk about. They just love to be the center of attention. They love to be center stage, to gather people around them, and that's their gift. So they need to do that. They need to be with people and entertaining people. They're able to hold on to listeners because they're great storytellers. They're very interesting. They give a lot of colorful details. They can present a picture that's very colorful and very delightful to hear. It's very entertaining, as opposed to a story just about facts and figures. Theirs is going to have all the color. They may not start from the beginning. Many times they deal with emotions. They're going to be people of emotional bent. Everything is dealt with how it comes from the heart. Whereas with a melancholy, you'll hear expressions like, "This is what I think." Where melancholy, that's what a melancholy would say. Where a sanguine will say, "This is what I feel. I'm feeling this," and you'll hear that expression a lot. This is what I feel, because everything is based on how they receive things with their heart and with their emotions. And this is important that we have people who are this sensitive to what's going on around us, the world and the family. They're very, very significant players. Very, very sensitive. They can be very emotional. Because they receive things so deeply and so passionately, they can be emotional. They can, much to let's say the choleric chagrin, they can be. If we don't like emotions, they can be overly emotional and very emotional. But basically, they love people. They love people. They love to be around them. They want to. You don't want to keep them alone too long. They will find a way to go out and be with people. They can only take so much alone time. They pretty much need to be with people all the time. So if you want a really quick survey of what a person's temperament is, at least what their first temperament is, you can ask them this question. You can say, "Do you like to be with people all the time, most of the time, some of the time, or rarely?" And there you will find your 4 temperaments. And so The sanguine will like to be with people all the time.
All the time.
And so you say, well, they'll say, no, I don't. And so you ask them, so okay, in your time that you're alone, do you have the TV on? Well, sure. Do you have the radio playing? Well, sure. You'll find that they always need company. They always need something to keep them company. Rarely you'll find them able to sit just completely alone. Now this is the first temperament, remember, and the higher it is, the more that's going to be.
So does a cat and dog count as that too?
There's what?
Cat and dog? Yes. I mean, you said always having to be with some. So if you have a dog,
Oh
you're
yeah,
going to cute.
absolutely. A pet works, whatever gives them company. You know, definitely, if a TV works, a cat is going to be even better. But
I was going to say, I like the dog myself, but I always have my cat.
so when you ask them, you dig and you'll find out, yes, they really don't like being alone. They really don't know how to, because they're driven to be with people and to be a companion with someone. They very, very giving. They love to give. They love to, like say, love to entertain, to fill you. They want to give you their joy. They want to give you their passion, their enthusiasm. They want to share that with you. They are able to live in the present. They really don't care about the past. They really don't, and they don't care about the future. That's why they don't make plans. They're very different than other temperaments. They just want to enjoy the present moment. Now these are all strengths. You have to realize that what is the good thing that they're bringing to the rest of us? You know, these sanguines. They teach us how to live the present moment. They do not become consumed with things of the past. That's why they forgive so easily. They're able to they don't want to even talk about it, which can be a problem, especially in counseling. We say, you know, we have to talk about this because how do we keep this from happening again? And so it can be a real issue where it's done. It's happened. It's done. Forget it. Why do you want to deal with it? Why do you want to talk about it? I had guys in the shop who I would come and I would say, you made a mistake. You know, we need to talk about it. Why do you always want to talk about it? Why can't you just forget about it and let it go? I said, because I don't want it to happen again next week. And if we don't figure out what happened, where they feel all burdened and I'm troubling them with digging up the past as if I just want to punish them. Yeah. And I want to bring it up to trouble them, and make them feel bad. But the point is, I just want to get beyond it. I want to find out how do we correct this so that we don't have to go through this embarrassment again next week. We need to get to the bottom. But they think it's done, over with, forgotten, let's move on. They were able to move from relationship to relationships much quicker than the other temperaments. As long as they have another branch that they can swing to, they need to have another branch. But they will not just end a relationship. They can end it as long as there's another one they can swing to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But they're of all the temperaments, they can move from one to the next without all kinds of regret and remorse and bad feelings and memories, and they just move on. That's done, that's over with, check that box, move on to the next one. Really, that's where they take up that. So they are able to forgive. If they have an offense, they don't hold on to resentments. Whereas other temperaments like the melancholy may keep an emotional scorecard of past offenses, they don't. They don't like it, they don't like those negative things in there. They want to get those out. You know, they're more about peace, and really peace and love and joy is what they're all about. So this is what they bring to us. They do not want to focus on things negative, and so they expel them. If you want to learn how to expel negative thoughts, you should deal with a sanguine. They will teach you how to do it. They don't stay, if they get upset, they will find and they start to feel rejected and depressed, they will get a way out. They'll call someone. They will just call someone, they'll go meet a friend, and they lift themselves out of that negativity. They don't like to hang on to negativity. They're not about self-pity. They do suffer from rejection. And we're going to see how their number one fear is rejection. So really that's something you want to remember forever. Their number one fear is rejection. Their whole world, in fact, centers around this fear of being rejected. It colors everything that they do, everything they think and feel is colored by that fear. They definitely excite others. They're filled with joy, filled with passion. They invite others to join in with that. When And when you see someone that's so full of joy and so enthusiastic about what they're doing and what they're working on, you just feel drawn to it. You want to be a part of that. So that's how they pull others into their enthusiasm, is because you like that. You want to be a part of it. You're drawn to the light. You're drawn to the positive things about them. They are very charming. They speak very well. They're very kind. They're very, they're just loving. They can speak things. Usually they're very eloquent. They can say things in a loving, beautiful way. They can make you feel really, really wonderful. This can be difficult because they can. That's what makes them such good salespeople, is that they can charm you, and they can talk you a good line, and they can just charm you into buying this broken car or this this thing that you really don't need, something you just don't need. They'll charm you into making it look so presentable, and so because they're so passionate about it, you will feel pulled into their passion. You will want to be a part of this. And so they also have a technique of, let's say they offend you in some way, and they may even hurt you, because they can be a little careless and a little flighty. So they can hurt you, and then they will make up for it by coming back and just smothering you with kindness, smothering you with just affection and warm words, and that's what, let's say a person was even abusive. If you had an abusive sanguine, they will win their spouse back by being overly charming, overly wonderful, and it's like, yes, that's the person I fell in love with. Now you're talking. And they will feel themselves pulled back in, because that's what I love about you. That's what attracted me to you, and they will be pulled back in. And this cycle can repeat itself over and over again. If I have women coming in that have been, let's say, been abused, and I said, how did you go back over and over again? And I said, let me tell you. I said, I'll tell you. I said, I'm sure that he came back the next day and whatever, and he was just flowers and candy and just the warmest apologies, and just poured it on. And they said, you're absolutely right. You watched it. You must have watched the video. Because that's what they do, and they do it very well. When they want to be charming, they can be extremely charming. That's why they make friends easily. They have lots of friends, many friends, many acquaintances. They don't have to be deep friends. They're not really involved in spending the kind of effort. They would like to have a few deep friends, but many of them don't. It's sad, but many sanguines will say, I may have 100 friends, but no one that I really can get down and dirty with. So I just have, they're all really, because they like to keep it. They don't invest the time, so they'll keep it more on a superficial level. They'll keep it more above, on a level that I can keep everybody entertained. I got to take care of all you now, and so it's a lot of work to maintain that many friends. I had one sanguine gal that I knew, very high sanguine, said, I have 400 friends on Facebook, and I keep touch with all of them. Well, you can't be. How deep can it be? When you're maintaining that many friendships, right? And she was so proud that she had so many friends. Obviously great salespeople. They are amazingly talented. They're good storytellers. They have such a beautiful way of presenting this product, making it look. They're very colorful, so they're going to make it look very, very appealing. And this is something that you definitely must have. You want to have this. Very optimistic, very entertaining, delightful people. That's why they make our comedians, our actors and actresses are all, you're going to find sanguine in them. Most of them are the sanguine melancholy, because they have that both halves, the creative side as well. But the sanguine side gets them up on stage, puts them up in front of everyone, helps them to be center stage, which you need if you're going to be an actor or actress. And so they have that ability to be great salespeople, very entertaining. They love to entertain. That's their life. They remember to spread joy. So it's interesting. You see people and they suffer criticism. It's like, oh, you always want to be center stage, and you always have to be all the attention, and blah blah blah. It's like, but that's their gift. And so you're criticizing someone for what God gave them a job to do. If your job is to bring joy to the world, and really entertain everyone, and then we're all going to be sitting in corners of this room and not talk to each other, how would that be better, right? So we criticize the one who stands up and starts to gather people around him and start to tell a story. He gets criticized, but the others can't do it, and so they may be even jealous. But we criticize him for something that God has given him a gift to do, to spread that joy to the world. And most of them are pretty clever. They realize that they are in a place of where they can do something that the others can't. Even if it's not done perfectly, they're okay with it. They're happy with the best that they can do, and they're comfortable in their own skin, in their own self. I went down. If you've ever been down to Key West, they have there's a place on the pier where they have these street performers, and they're delightful. They're totally sanguines, majorly, because they have to gather all this crowd around them. It's everything that you see or they have to do to make a living, but they're so good at it. But they gather all these people around them. How they call them in is very entertaining just in itself. Then how you see the excitement in them growing. As the crowd grows, their passion grows and their excitement. And they do this every single day. One fellow said, I've been doing this for 12 years, the same show every night. And they get just excited every night. I thought for sure when I watched it was the first time this guy had ever done it. When he said, I've been doing this for 12 years, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. You did it with that much passion, and you did it for 12 years. So he was a juggler, and he's up there and he's juggling, and just so comfortable in himself. So he's juggling with these fire torches, and he drops one. And he kind of looks up and he said, that's okay. He picks it up and he says, I know you can't do it. And he kept right on juggling.
Wow.
That was a good answer, right? It was a good way. He coped with it. He coped with his mistake, knowing that, well, you can't do it. Go ahead and try to reject me. Go ahead and try to, and so you get up here and show me you can do it better. Well, no, of course no one did, but and he dropped it a couple times. But there were very complicated things he was doing. He says, it's okay, you don't make me feel bad. I don't feel bad. He says, you can't do it. It was very, very clever. Lots of energy, very energetic, spontaneous. They are just so ready. They're so ready to just do it right now. They would just drop it, anything to do, and just drop it right now and go. They're so, but the problem is they can be so distracted. They can be distracted very, very easily. They don't like detail, he said, and they don't like to focus on one thing. They want to do many things. They like doing a variety of things. This keeps their mind going, keeps them busy, and that's where they have fun. They get bored. Another one gets bored easily. They like to change things up, and so you'll find that their biggest frustration is that they can't focus. And we're going to talk about next time about this whole thing about ADD and how we criticize these kids for not being able to focus. And I did a whole survey on it. We're going to look at it. It's later on in this in our study here, where I compare all the attributes of ADD and the sanguine melancholy temperament, and they line up one for one.
Yeah.
One for one they line up. This whole science of ADD is absolute nonsense. That drugs are going to cure it. It's the biggest lie and misunderstanding. When I was doing my doctorate on temperament, I simply, one of the things was comparing in counseling how to use temperament in counseling. So one of the things I did was study ADD. So I just looked it up online. I listed all the characteristics of ADD. I just listed them. And then I looked up all through my notes, all the characteristics of the sanguine. Without even trying, without changing words or even trying, you're going to see it later, I just lined them up one by one. Every single thing lines up with their temperament. There's absolutely nothing wrong with these children. They're sanguine. And they need to be treated differently than the other students. They don't fit into the same mold as the other students. But
so
they do get
ADHD or ADD?
Either one.
Same. It really is the same.
Same thing.
Well, one's not hyper.
One's just a little bit more. He just needs a little bit more attention than the other ones. He needs a little bit more affirmation. But they do tend to get distracted very easily. You know, they could be, you know, literally, it's true. Walking across the room, they can see something and then they have to deal with that because they live. Let's say, well, why? Is that such a? Why do they go to that? If I'm walking from here to there and I know that I'm going to bring this. By the time I get over there, I see something else that needs to be taken care of, so I stop and I deal with that. Right? And it's just, so we use the example shiny. They get so whatever catches their attention, they're going to go to, because they live in the present moment. Remember, everything goes back. There's a reason for it. So you have this beautiful trait. They're able to live in the present moment. Yet we have the problem that goes with it. Maybe I'm too much in the present moment that anything in the second will pull me away. I've got to deal with it. Then they have a fear they're going to forget. And so that's maybe why they interrupt so much. Another a weakness, they interrupt a lot. And if you talk to them, you'll say that they are afraid that they're going to lose that thought because they know they switch from thoughts so quickly. They even interrupt themselves. They will change, as they're talking, they will realize a different thought and they'll just interrupt themselves and go on that topic. Because they don't want to lose that thought. That thought now is the most important, and so we have to deal with that, and so they interrupt themselves. And so they may change the topic 3 or 4 times. It's very difficult as a counselor listening to a really good one, because they start to go off on these tangents, and if I don't pull them back, I have no idea where we just went. I'm trying to focus on this one issue, and now we're way over here. They can connect it, but now and they'll start saying, "Why did I tell you that? I don't even know where we are." And so we just, okay, let's go back to this. But it was just running, rabbit chase after rabbit trail after rabbit trail, just going. And this is how they can distract themselves, they entertain themselves. I don't know what's happening, but they really can get lost. You see that they are able to apologize quickly. They do not hold on to resentments. They don't hold on to anger. What's the point? That's just negative stuff. What do you want that negative stuff floating around your head for? Why do I want to remember negative things about you? They will be able to remember all the positive things that have happened. And maybe that's why, so even after a very difficult relationship that one may be in, and then decides, well, we need to break up. All of a sudden they think about it, I don't want to break up. Because what flashes through their mind is all the wonderful times, and that's all they focus on. Of course, their partner may be remembering all the negative things and reminding her of those or him of that. And so you see why they decide they don't want to go. Plus, they do not want, they know they're going to feel rejection. I'm telling you a few more little counseling tips as I'm going here, because you'll see that why does someone stay in an abusive or unhealthy relationship? Why do they do it? Because their number one fear is rejection. Remember that for the rest of your life. That is the number one thing you will remember about them, is they have a fear of rejection. It is very, very strong. And so they understand that if this person, the day that this partner leaves, they're going to feel rejection. And they would rather stay in an unhealthy, abusive relationship even, rather than have to face the rejection they'll feel when that person left. That is extremely difficult for them to deal with. And it will keep them in an unhealthy relationship.
Wow.
And so what many times they will do, and you will experience this, a very, very important point, they will reject you before you can reject them.
Wow.
They may even jump the gun and reject you. If they sense that you're going to reject them, all of a sudden there could be an explosiveness of anger. You could be thrown out of the house. You could be, all of a sudden the relationship's over. Why did they do that? Why did this happen? It's like it makes no sense. And this one I have to explain. You had frightened them somehow in believing that you were going to reject them, and so she would reject you before you have a chance to reject them. And it doesn't work. They still feel exactly the same rejection. So I'm telling you, it doesn't work. But they think that it will, and they try, hoping that if at least I feel like I'm in charge. I rejected you, so I'm going to be free of feeling rejected. It doesn't work.
Wow.
I feel the same exact rejection because ultimately you didn't stay.
Yeah.
Even though I threw you
Wow.
out, you stayed. I mean, you didn't stay, so you rejected me. And that's what they can't deal with. They cannot deal with it. So you see how knowing these little things about their nature, their temperament, changes the whole dynamics of why things are happening in relationships.
Gary, you mentioned that you were going to tell about each group when you got those people together and when you divided them up, how they responded. Have you told us yet about the sanguine group?
Oh, so okay, great. The sanguine group, they were in one corner of the room. They made such a ruckus. They laughed and they played and they fooled around the whole time. They had more fun. They distracted. We had you can't make this stuff up. The phlegmatic group, who was the quiet, peaceful group, they sent delegates over twice in those 10 minutes to ask them to please quiet because they couldn't concentrate. This is a room maybe twice this size. They sent them over. So they fooled around and they got it done, but it was like kind of like in jest, kind of like it wasn't like super serious. But they got it done. But they had so much fun doing it, they disrupted the whole rest of the room. We also were talking about the sanguines. We could remind me the sanguine's relationship with God. What is the big issue that you were going to deal with the sanguine and God? So what do we say about the choleric? What's the problem with choleric in a relationship with God?
They don't feel like they need him.
Self-sufficiency.
Right. They don't feel they need him because he gave them this role, this job to do it on their own. That's the biggest issue with choleric and God. The sanguine's biggest issue with God is, what would you
They
guess?
Rejected.
would do it and they'd be rejected by you.
Say it again?
They would do it, but not well enough and be rejected.
Excellent, excellent. Always, everything you say
I
sanguine.
What's that?
I know.
Yeah. Because they are performance-based. They are so afraid of rejection. Obviously, I must have done something wrong. And the enemy is right there. Now, the enemy knows temperament. That's why we are studying temperament so hard. Because the enemy knows temperament. He is there at the moment of your conception. He knows what your temperament is, and he wants to get you, remember, outside of your temperament. He wants you getting to do the exact opposite of your temperament so that you are confused, you're bewildered, and you fail. You will never be successful if you're trying to be someone else. So as I began this day saying that we are unfulfilled, we're frustrated, we'll never get to where we need to go if we want to be like someone else. Well, the enemy is always there saying, you need to be like so-and-so. They've got it together. They've got all the gifts. You need to be like that. So he stirs up the sin of jealousy, and he keeps us acting like someone else. We never get to be us. We're never our true self. He loves us. Most people that come into my office are acting in the wrong temperament. They think they are something they're not. And the enemy loves that because they're confused. They can't operate because they're either going after the wrong career, the wrong ministry, the wrong profession, the wrong spouse, because they don't know, they think there's something that they're not. By requalifying that, all of a sudden the light goes on and they realize, I can't do that, I should be doing this. And it is so much fun to be able to do that, to point people in the right direction. And so their biggest fear is that they were to complain about why I am where I am, why God doesn't want me, why I don't go to church, why I don't believe, because God hates me. God rejects me. Why? Because I didn't do it well enough. I didn't do it right. And I was told every day by my parents or by my teacher, you know, you didn't do it right. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not. And so, of course, they attribute that to God. They will respond to that. God rejects me because I didn't perform well enough. Very, very much performance-based. They believe everyone is watching them. They can be very, very self-conscious about that as well. They feel these are the ones that, if I'm a sanguine and I'm sitting here and I notice that two of you are talking and laughing, there's not even a question, you're talking about me. You're talking about me, and if one of you glances my way, then forget about it. If you glance my way, I'm 150% convinced you are not only talking about me, you're criticizing me, you're making fun of me, and you're having sport of me. That's the very, very low self-image. So this is a weakness that they have. They have a very, very low self-image. And so they're criticized for this. There are all kinds of criticism because why do they need so much? And some have insatiable amounts. If they've had a trauma in their past, they were rejected by a father, rejected by classmates or a sibling or a teacher, it doesn't matter. If they've experienced that, their self-image drops even more. And so they are constantly needing affirmation. And some of it, depending on, again, the trauma, some of them are insatiable. Some of them, and it's broken more marriages where I will never be able to meet your needs. And there's a whole slew of reasons why this can take place. Why a person can feel that the person ultimately is feeling, I'm never good enough. I am not good enough. I will never please you, and I can't live with that anymore. Or the other person is screaming out, I don't know why I'm insatiable. I don't know.
Wow.
Well, our healing prayer finds out, it takes us back and finds out, oh, I get it. This is what happened when you were 5 years old. This is what happened when you were in the womb. This is what happened. And so we find out why the person has insatiable needs, why they were abandoned or forsaken or left out, where they could never feel that's being quenched. It's never being met. And so the spouse gets to deal with this and feels completely inadequate to ever meet the spouse's need. It's so exasperating, it's exhausting, it's frustrating, because I feel never good enough. And so they may need lots and lots of affirmation. One of the greatest things we can do is just affirm them. And so many times people say about their children, what do I do with this child? I affirm him, give him more. And it's tough for some of the time to say, well, he shouldn't need it. Well, that's great. But because you don't need it, again, you think then he doesn't need it. The fact is, because of what happened when he was in the womb, that you have no idea what was going on, that you may have felt rejection towards him because you really wanted a boy and now you got this girl.
Wow.
And you never said a word about it, but the child felt it. And so now you're criticizing the child for needing more affirmation, but you've been sending rejection to that child since the moment of conception, right?
No, just bingo.
Yeah. And so we're the ones who think we're the least responsible, and we're criticizing, and we're the ones responsible for why this child needs so much affirmation. So I say, until you can find out the reason why that child needs so much affirmation, all you can do is affirm. Affirm, affirm, affirm. In fact, if you like a certain behavior of your spouse, affirm it, and you will get it again. If not, it may just fizzle out. Now, some may criticize me for saying that because it's like, we shouldn't really have to affirm, and we should be strong enough to go without it. But I experienced other things. I had a couple that came in where the wife was choleric, the husband was high sanguine. And I said, so in our counseling, we were talking about how you need to help her more around the house. She works full time, yet she comes home and does everything. Maybe you could chip in instead of coming home and she said you're on the couch. Maybe you could chip in and you could help out. And so I never said another word. And so weeks go by, and he comes in one day, and he says, "I got to tell you the story." He says, so he was a teacher, and one day he got off early. He got off at like 1 o'clock. So he goes home and he is going to give her the super gift. He cleans the whole house. He spends like 4 hours and he cleans the whole house from one end to the other. He is so excited. He's so proud of himself because he has actually followed my advice. He's followed the instructions and he's done it. He doesn't, he didn't think he should because he's the man and men don't do this stuff, but I suggested it and he did it. So he was so proud that he did it, for one thing. And he's so excited to see her response, because this is really, because she's choleric, she never really says a whole lot about when he does something. And so he thought, this is going to surely win her approval, right? So she comes home, she's carrying some groceries, she walks in, she goes, and walks into the kitchen. And I said, so how did you feel about that? He says, I'll never do that again.
Yeah, wow.
Right? Why? Because
No recognition.
sanguines do things now. Again, I have to say this qualifying because they have a need for affirmation, right? So I'm not criticizing when I say most of what they do is to get affirmation. And so, yes?
At the same time, they don't seem to give affirmation very often, right?
Because it depends.
I mean, it depends on. I'm
If
not
they're-
talking to the group here because I know that there's different levels of sanguine, but
If their needs are being met, they're much more likely to give it.
okay.
If their needs are not being met, no, because they cannot afford any compliment that's floating around. It's got to come to me. They cannot afford, and so they will not give it. It's you should be giving it to me. So it depends how balanced they are, and so it'll show you the level of how fulfilled they are. Because I have sanguines that I know they give compliments because they receive them on a regular basis, so they are very free to give them back. I've seen two sanguines that work together, live together. They call themselves the Mutual Admiration Society. They affirm each other all the time. They understand that they both need it, they both give it, and they both love it. They work very well together. The Mutual Admiration Society, right? But if they don't get it, if they do not get affirmation, they will find a way to get it. And so you'll see they will even act out. They will do. It says there somewhere. They will cause trouble. They will act out, especially in children, but in adults also. They will begin to act out. They do not care what type of attention they get as long as it's attention. In fact, they like the negative attention because it's even more. I get more of you when you're yelling at me. Now I've got you really. I've really got your attention. So if a child they can get the parent yelling and screaming at them, they love it. Not the melancholy, or not the phlegmatic, or the choleric, but the sanguine will love it because I've really got your attention now. Look what I got. I got the whole house upset. I did it, and it's all about me. See, it's all negative, but it doesn't matter. It's all about me.
That would be a high sanguine.
Right. And let's say, and high sanguine also, and one that his needs are just not being met. But they will find a way to get affirmation. I bet you've all probably seen an example like this. My nephew was raised in a very, very difficult, broken home, and he was grown up without a father. My brother died when he was young, and so he grew up without affirmation. You know, his mom could barely take care of herself and the other kids without giving him affirmation. And he was high sanguine. He needed a lot of it, but he wasn't getting it. So he turned to all other kinds of things to finally get his affirmation. And one day was a real proof so he came and he was staying with me. And one thing he was doing, and he did it well, he worked for a place making pizzas. And he was the head guy, and they gave him great affirmation. Because he was the head guy, and he knew how to make all these pizzas, and it was one thing that he did really, really well. And so he said, I'm going to make pizzas for the whole family tonight. It was his big gift to the whole family. So we're all excited. We know that this will really, really help him. And so he spends all day. He makes the pizzas. He does a terrific job. And so we're watching this. So we all sit down at the big table, and he sets out the pizzas. So he gives everyone. He slices it. He slices all the pizza. Now we're supposed to be eating together as a family, right? Everybody. We invited some others over, and we're sitting around. So he passes it out, and he sits there like this.
Aww.
He's not eating. He's just watching, and he's watching, and he's watching. And everybody starts complimenting. Oh my gosh, this is wonderful. This is this is really excellent. Good job, Stephen. Great job, you know. And so we're all praising him. And then, well, how much can you do, right? I mean, it's pizza. And we've all acknowledged that we really like it. We have a second piece. And so now, and he's still not eating. He's still watching us. He's absorbing these compliments. Now, but it wasn't enough. This is where the insatiability comes in. So now we finished it. We said everything we have to say. Now he just goes around. He starts going around the table.
Wow.
And he'll say, "God, isn't that the best pizza you ever had in your life?"
Wow.
"Dad, isn't that the best pizza you ever had in your life?" Now you think I'm joking. He went around the entire table.
Wow.
And every one of us had to tell him that's the best pizza we ever had. It was really good pizza. But that's meeting, and we all recognize this fellow needs a lot of affirmation. But it's coming from, but we didn't criticize him because in our family we all know temperament, and we all know that he needs this. This is a temperament need. And so if he has to get it on his own, you know what? Shame on us. Shame on us that we weren't able to give enough.
Beautiful.
So it was a sign, not to criticize him, but to wake-up call. And you'll see this with children all day long. One child needs 5 times more affirmation than the other. Why? Because of the temperament. Because of a temperament need. Okay, let's look at some more. So we see that they can, as far as a weakness, they can definitely talk too much. And they will talk and talk and talk because, again, they're trying to make themselves the center of attention. They may need that more than another. So there's, depending on the level of maturity, is where you're going to see the weaknesses of any of the temperament. Remember, the more, how do you you may say, well, how do we overcome these weaknesses? The more mature, the more balanced a person becomes, the more they will overcome weaknesses. If you can say, well, I have one client that talks, I never finish a sentence. I'm never able to finish. Now that's immature, and it's irritating, and it makes me crazy. And so I have to stop and say, I know you've got a lot to say, but you don't have a right to say, interrupt me. That's not what we do. That's not proper. That's not right. You really need to grow up in this area and realize that people, you're only going to learn when you listen. No one ever learned by talking, and but you talk nonstop. I imagine that 2 hours with a person never finished one sentence. Talk about frustrating. And I'm not even exaggerating. I have to scold her and say, this needs to be addressed. You need to practice when you're with me. And when you interrupt me, I'm going to let you know. And so we have to take steps to train people even how to stop talking when enough is enough. They're not allowed, just because they say, well, Gary said that I have a talkative temperament, and so you just better listen.
No.
It doesn't work that way. It still requires maturity, still requires balance, because you can talk yourself out of whatever you're trying to sell. Talking too much needs to be, but unless someone brings it to their attention, they will never know. They will never, ever know. My friend calls me from another wood shop in Chicago and says, my best guy is coming down to see you. He is phenomenal. He gave him nothing but praise. He said, I really think he would be an asset to your company. I think you should hire him. And he told me all the great things he did. And I said, okay, I need a guy, and I'll hire him. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to hire him under your recommendation. And so the guy had a job. So the guy shows up. He comes the day he wants to meet me and introduce himself. He comes to the shop, and I tell him. So right off the bat, I said, I have 15 minutes. I said, I have to get this estimate out today. This client is expecting it. I have to get it out today. It's really, really important. Now, I thought I was setting up a good boundary. I thought I was being polite and saying, I'll talk to you in 15 minutes. He showed up unexpectedly. I said, I can give you 15 minutes. So I began to open my book, and I started showing, well, this is what we do here. So I have a portfolio. So I opened up, I said, this is what we build here. He went through 2 pages. Now he's coming to check me out, right? As I'm checking him out. But he and I would say, this is what we do. I want to see if you're comfortable with this product that we make. I get through 2 pages. he takes out his book, puts it right on top of mine. And all he wants to talk about is his achievements. And he's boasting and boasting and bragging. And now I already knew he was good, right? But he's bragging and bragging, telling me every story about everything. He's talking and talking and talking. So half an hour later, and I made it very clear. Now since then I'm trying to make signs that I need to go, I need to finish this. Half an hour later, still talking, still selling, still bragging. I'm getting what?
Agitated.
Aggravated. I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting annoyed at this pushiness, at this,
Disrespect.
this obsessiveness to talk about myself. You know, and 45 minutes later, his feet are up on my desk. He's sitting over, now his feet are up on my desk. He is just so relaxed. He had never heard the words that I need an appointment, that I needed to complete this project. He never heard it. Finally, when he was done, I said, you know what? I said to myself, I'm going to play this out.
I was going to say, why do you let it go on?
I want to see, because I wanted to give him enough rope to hang himself.
Right.
I wanted to play this out so I could tell my friend in Chicago why I did not give him a job. He had a job before he came. He talked himself out of the job. So 45 minutes later, I said, now I really have to go. Thank you so much. I'll call you, and I'll let you know. Because I never told him he had a job. I never called him back. Never called. He talked himself out of the job. And it's called overselling. When we just, but it's about, he needed so much affirmation, but just couldn't stop talking about himself. He couldn't stop bragging that he talked himself out of a job. And it was really, really sad. But nobody ever told him, you're just totally out of control. You're just way out of line, way out of control. That there's other people that may have something to say. Okay, they can be, so you see they dominate conversations. He definitely dominated that conversation. They answer for others. Many times they'll finish your sentence. They can't even wait. They can't wait until you finish. They'll answer it for you. And that's what this gal I was telling you. When I started to speak, she answered it for me. She just changed it, finished it, and then went on with her own thoughts. Very, very mature. But it's very frustrating when you never get a chance to complete a thought. You have to finish it for you. They know because they think because they're one with it, they sense you, they know what you're thinking and feeling, and they're just going to tell you. They're just going to do it for you. They can do it quicker and better, and they're going to let you know. They can be very, very restless because they like change. You know, there's a reason for that. They just like change. So you give them positions where they have change. You know, don't lock them in a position where they have to do the same thing all day. That's for that other temperament to do. Let them do it. Why put them in a place where they need to be constantly doing things different? They thrive in that. You know, give them a job where they can be, you know, as a receptionist, where they're answering phone call, doing this, doing that, following this person. Everything changes every moment. They love that, and they can do it. See, that's the key. Where another temperament may go crazy trying to change every moment, they thrive on it. They have no problem. Because they like that. They like moving things around quickly. They don't like to be stuck in one thing because they don't like detail. They don't like to stay in one thing for too long. They like change. They like movement. They like freedom to be able to change. Very naive, gets taken in, just very trusting. Yeah, they trust everyone. That's why they can really be taken advantage of, because they're so happy-go-lucky. They're so loving. They assume everybody is loving and everybody is coming from a good place, like they are. They don't like to hurt people. They really, really. You will not find them doing things that will hurt other people or taking advantage, because they can't imagine you doing that to them, because they know the rejection they would feel. So they really do well to avoid that. So they can be taken advantage of. They can be very, very susceptible to things like false religions. Jehovah's Witnesses coming to the door. They welcome them in, you know, somebody to talk to. And they will just listen and listen, thinking that this is fascinating, it's new, it's different. And next thing you know, they're being sucked into a cult or something that's totally off base. Because they're just not, they just like things new and different. Not realizing that it's even when it's dangerous. And they trust people. They trust if you're coming into my house and you obviously have something you want to share to help me. You're never thinking that it could be something hurtful. They tend to be angry when they're rejected. Yes, they can be very explosive. They do not like the idea of being rejected. And remember, when you see someone that explodes, they are trying to push away that confrontation. They don't like being rejected. They want to end it. And so if they explode all over you, remember them, I'm going to reject you before you reject me. So I explode all over you. I want to drive you away to end this conflict, to end you rejecting me, or even the fear that you might reject me. I'm going to explode and try to drive it away. They repeat stories, a loud voice and laugh. That just comes with the temperament. They tend to be very loud and very boisterous, and big loud laugh. It just comes with it. The same with they have a beautiful smile. It's one of the things that I've seen. They just have a loud voice and laugh. They repeat stories. It doesn't matter. They tell them over and over again. They have no problem. If it worked the first time, if you laugh the first time, you'll laugh again in 10 minutes when I tell it again, right? They have no problem. Plus, they forget that they told it. They're talking so much that they forget that I tell you, that I tell that one. Did I ever tell you? It doesn't matter. I'll tell you again, right? I have fun telling it, so they just tend to repeat it. Very disorganized because they don't like detail. They can't. They're messy housekeepers. They can't be bothered with this stuff. You know, it doesn't. It's not important. So if you're not into detail and organization, why would you keep a tidy house, right? When you can go out with, let's see, let me think. I can either stay inside and clean the house, or I can go outside and play. Let me think. Okay, we're gonna play. That's how long it takes to decide. Anytime there's a chance to play or to have fun or to do something that they enjoy, always will choose over housekeeping, over work, things like that. Because that's boring stuff. Does it really matter? The point is they really don't even notice it. Many sanguines don't even see clutter. It doesn't bother them. They could wade through it and they don't even notice it because it's not important. They're not interested in detail. This can be a real conflict in marriages. It can be a very big point of contention. But when you understand that this is not important to them and they don't see it, it changes everything. So I get married, and we're married several weeks, and I'm noticing that. So I was sitting on the couch, and I was reading an article, and I'm watching my wife go by, and now in front of here was there was a pile of clothes, and this actually we were married more because we had kids, so it had to be years later. So there was a pile of clothes on the floor, up in front by the TV, and I'm watching her bring things back and forth into the bedroom. Right? And so she's bringing some, I don't know what she was bringing back into the car. And every time she'd go by, she would step over this pile of laundry on the floor. She'd step over it. Every time she'd step over it. And she'd go in the bed. She did this 3 or 4 times. One time I said, you know, if you were trying to be a little more, thinking I'm being helpful, I said, you know, when you're going by, why don't you just, because she's just had it like one arm, why don't you just kind of swoop down, you don't even have to miss a step, kind of reach down and grab some of those and just bring them with you into the bedroom. And she says, what clothes? I said, we're in trouble. We've got a problem. She stepped over that pile 3 or 4 times, never even saw it. It's just not an issue. It's just, that was a point of contention for years and years and years. So she thought, so this is like a very, very simple example of how temperament can change your whole dynamic in a marriage, where she felt the house doesn't matter at all. Listen, we have all these kids, they're messy, just live with it. So our house was a disaster. It was always a disaster. I like to have things neat and organized, but I'm not crazy about it, but I like it organized and tidy to a good extent. That's what I would like, right? She thought I was just being a fanatic, you know, but if you saw our house, you'd say, I don't think you're being a fanatic. What I was asking for, but to her it was out of control, fanatic. because she was raised that way. It was never an issue. It was never important. And so she was trained, you don't have to worry about it. Plus her temperament didn't even notice it, didn't even see it, right? I mean, sometimes it got really, really bad. We didn't do dishes until every single dish and glass was dirty. Then it was time to do dishes. That's not acceptable for me, but it was totally acceptable for her. Well, years go by, and I just learned to cope with it. But was I coping with it? No.
No.
Because every day, and this is how I help couples, every day that I came home and I walked into that house, what do you think, what stirred up in me? What trigger went off in me?
Dread and resentment.
Anger.
Right. Excellent. And no matter what I did to fight it, there it was in front of me. My temperament need of being in a stable, clean environment was not being met. I need that. I can't function. I can't forget about it. I just can't. I have to go to my office and work there because I know where everything is. It's organized.
Yeah.
I can relax and I can operate in a clean, neat setting. My brain gets organized if things around me are organized. Her brain works scattered just as well as it does when it's organized. It's just, it works well in this being scattered. So seeing clutter did not affect her. It wasn't until, and so I was feeling resentment every single day. And there's no way you can shake it. No matter how much I try to suppress it, that resentment is always brewing. And this did not help. It wasn't until years later when we learned temperament that now all of a sudden she realizes I'm not a fanatic, I'm not just picking on her, I'm not just being a critical neat freak. This is a temperament need. Now she does it out of love. Now she makes, I'm not looking for Home Beautiful, but she makes a very strong effort to clean because she knows that her husband works better, that this is meeting a temperament need if she does this.
Another way is to
Hire
hire a
somebody,
maid.
exactly.
You hire a third party to do the job that nobody wants to do.
And I did that.
Exactly.
And so she would clean up before the maid came because she was embarrassed that the house looked this way. So you figure it out. I mean, I tried that. And she came for a couple weeks. And I said, "Where's the maid?" Well, I had to let her go. I was too embarrassed. Remember, they just suffered rejection.
I know.
She was so afraid that maid who came and just they loved to clean. She was so afraid the maid was going to reject her. She said, "Who are you? You guys live like slobs." And this was all imagining, but she could not deal with that rejection, and so she fired the maid, and then she stopped cleaning. She didn't help. But then we brought things back to where she would keep it at a certain level, but it calmed me down enough to know I can live with this. This is wonderful compared to what I've been living with. So I'll show you another dynamic of how this can work. Sanguines need to be with people all the time. So we get married, and that's the time another time I was sitting down, I would come home and I need a few moments to wind down, maybe to read, to do something of quiet, right? And she can't imagine that. So I would say, I'm just going to read for a little bit. Well, she would come down, sit next to me, and she would talk to me. And she could not imagine why I stopped reading. So I just look at it, and I'm thinking to myself, are you serious? So I would close the book, and she would say, "Why are you stopping reading?" I said, "Because I can't listen to you and read at the same time." Why? She can do that. Okay, she can actually multitask like that, as other sanguines can, and she could not understand, so she criticized me for closing the book. I said, "You've got it. You're going to criticize me for this." Well, also, she could not imagine if I had a moment of free time, why I would not want to spend it with her. She would like to be with me all the time, right? So she can't imagine that you would not want to be with me all the time, because she didn't know that my melancholy side needs quiet time.
A lot of it, yeah.
But it needs a certain amount of quiet, wind down, personal time to think, plan, and to think and gather information to make a plan. She had no idea. So this was resentment, that I needed quiet time. Whenever I tried to take that, could be sitting out in the backyard alone, it was resentment. So the same way that I saw clutter and we found resentment, she would see me alone and feel rejected, feel resentment. Now all of a sudden we learn temperament. The very thing that she resented,
Wow.
to this day she works at making sure that this need is met. I may come home, she'd say, why don't you just go and lie down for 10 minutes? In fact, I'll come, you can just rest and be quiet. You know, I will come and rub your feet, and you don't even have to talk. You know, but you need that. So now she even pushes me to get this.
Yeah.
Where before it was resentment, now it's a loving act
Yeah.
of service. She loves to be able to have things tidy when I come home. She loves to be able to give me a few moments of quiet time. Before it was a huge problem. So you see how marriage counseling came to a whole new different level.
So, but you didn't tell us your part.
Good for you.
For what?
So you don't even get it.
No, he gets it.
Roz. Don't reject.
I had to spend more time with her.
Oh, Dwayne.
She wanted more time. I had to give her more quality time. And it wasn't just doing. She wants. That means one-on-one. I learned that she doesn't like, going out with a group may be fun if she's already
Had your
has me one-on-one
Yeah.
sufficiently. And so if I may say, oh, so and so called, they'd like to go out to dinner. He said, nope.
Yep.
You didn't take me out for 2 weeks. We're not going. And it's not even a discussion.
Good.
So if ever you ask us out and we say no, you know why.
You know why?
It's because I didn't take her out, give her enough quiet time herself, and she's not gonna give that up,
Yeah.
and I can't blame her, right?
No.
Exactly.
She's a good wife.
Yeah, she's amazing.
She's an amazing woman.
And it's amazing how much she does part of them.
So you see how you don't have to beat anybody up. You just have to understand.
Exactly.
Husbands and wives stop beating each other up. They stop criticizing. Resentments go down. Now you're entering a new word into the relationship, and that's understand.
Beautiful.
I understand. It changes everything. And so, to me, temperament is the most wonderful tool. I stopped beating up people years ago. I just, I was all about it, saying, well, you need to stop doing this, stop doing that. You need to do this, this, and this. And never knowing why or why it was so significant. Or never giving grace. Never saying, well, you have to do this because why? This is why you need that. Where are we?
Gary, I'm sorry, you just said something so profound. Can I see if I heard that correctly?
Sure.
So did you just basically say that your former way was to point out faults and, which is everybody's default, typical, the criticize. And are you saying that by simply switching to validating the underlying tendency, wiring there, temperament, that experience of kindness and feeling understood by people, are you making the connection that actually help them in some way, if not cause them to be more open to change than the direct route of criticism?
The other way doesn't work.
Yes.
Criticism does not work. Punishment doesn't work. But understanding does. Grace works. And so what happened was, whereas before, I'm looking for faults. And I say, we need to change these faults. Now I'm looking at it with a different concept. We are basically good people.
Wow.
I could have, bring me in a couple, they are screaming at each other, and I will find out if we were to break them apart, they're good people.
Wow.
They actually love each other, they're good people. But we believe this lie, you're doing this just to hurt me. You're doing this just to get under my skin. You're doing this just to drive me crazy.
I find that too with parenting, with our moms that we deal with in Ethiopia, where the parents, they're good parents,
Yes.
but they don't understand their children and they don't know their child's temperament. They don't understand the power of prayer, and I used to be a type of person where I said, if I ever see someone lay a finger on a child, I'll put them in jail, I'll take that child away. But I grew to understand that this woman does not understand this child, and this child is all over the place, and she's trying her best, and so she needs more training and she needs more counsel. And
Maybe
so
more
it's
experience
with
of
couples
kindness
and
herself.
with parenting, just any close, really close relationship where you are in a position where you're kind of bound to leading this person, then you have a big input.
Excellent point.
So Gary,
So I-
where would you put in then foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction will drive it far from him? So how do you tie that in together?
Well, they still absolutely need, that's guidance. We don't, doesn't mean,
Yes.
Yeah, you can't
Very good
excuse the
distinction.
behavior, but you have to say, we have to see an improvement, yeah.
this is how we control and modify behavior as many times with that rod. Because they think, again, and I have to use that rod on adults, they think because Gary said I have this temperament that I need to be with people, I can go out every night. That guy needs a rod of correction saying, no, I'm going to beat you back into submission. That is not allowed. That's immaturity. So that child is thinking that he can just run wild, especially when he comes to church on Sunday, he thinks he can run around. Is going to have another thing coming. Right? So that even that wild child in Ethiopia especially learns to sit quietly through church. It's amazing. They're guiding these children with discipline, with strong discipline. And so we are modifying behavior through that kind of guidance. I believe it completely.
Isn't it somewhat summed up though that his kindness leads us to repentance? That's what I hear you saying. It's that the kindness and the gentleness.
Remember, it's understanding. So let's say this couple comes in and they're yelling at each other, or they're really upset with each other. They're full of resentments. What if now, instead of saying, well, you need, so I'm thinking of this last couple that came in, and they had been through 5 years, they've been through over 5 counselors, and every single one, all they did was point out everything that the husband was doing wrong. And so he's high sanguine, he's feeling nothing but rejection, and they were both sanguine, so this was a very, very difficult situation. They were both, but he sided with her, which you're not allowed to do. He sides with her, and all he did was criticize him. All this thing, to change behavior, and it will work. Change behavior, it will be better. But he would do it from a resentful heart. He would do it, and it never, ever affected her. It never worked, because it was done without joy. It wasn't done with a real sense of joy. And so, it never worked. He said, you're the first one to explain to me, through temperament, that there are reasons why I do what I do. Then we went more into the inner healing and found out there's reasons why he had this insatiable need to be affirmed. That was his problem. And he was just being so demanding because of that. But you combine temperament and this healing, we found out why he did what he did. There was no reason to beat him up. This man did not need to be beat up. He had been beat up for 5 years before. And this is working. This is working right now. He's realizing that I am what I am because of what has happened to me. Now, for the first time, I can make my own choices. I'm not governed by so much emphasis on how I was raised and how I was pushed in this direction. By he cooperated, making bad decisions, by believing certain lies, but it was in the midst of traumas.
Yeah.
Even me saying, I understand why you made this lie.
Yes.
It made sense at the time. I get it. Even that calms him right down.
Yes.
Right? Even then, I give you grace.
It's kindness.
Now, from this moment on, you get to choose. What level of maturity are you going to choose? Are you going to demand this type of insatiable affirmation, or are you going to realize, I can get a lot from God now?
Yes.
I can be surrounded by Him. I have another source of affirmation. I mean, training, but anything but beating them up. It just doesn't work. Beating up people doesn't work. They don't need any more rejection.
Amen.
They've been beat up for so long. I have to tell you this quick story about this one gal that came in. It's the most incredible story. She was suffering from, she was on 4 medications, alcoholic and smoking like a chimney. When I met her, she was so high strung. She was so she was so out of control. And I dealt with it through temperament. She said, when she came in, she said, I started teaching her about temperament. I said, this is what I believe is the problem. We dealt through temperament and spiritual warfare, dealing with past issues, but a lot of it was through temperament. she said all of a sudden she began to understand. She saw herself who she really was, and she was able to calm down. Plus, we changed her lifestyle, which was huge. It was about the choices she had made. But I was the 18th counselor that she had been to. She had been abused when she was like 17. Every single year, her mother would change counselors, and all they did was change or up her medication. So she was on all this course of different medications over the years. That's all they did was change it. None of them ever worked. And so we began looking at it through the eyes of temperament, through an eyes of understanding, and just actually practicality. And so it doesn't have to be really complicated. So I said, tell me about your life. The Holy Spirit just kind of inspired me, just tell me about your life. What do you do during the week, you know? And she says, well, and this was high sanguine. Actually, she was sanguine melancholy. But she says, I get up Monday morning, 6 o'clock, and I'm off like a shot. She says, and I work 3 different jobs. I'm working nonstop all day long. I don't even stop for lunch. And then I just work all day, and I come home at like 7 o'clock, and I go to my closet and I pull out all my arts and crafts, and I spread them out all over the living room, and I do them until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I go to bed, and then I get up in the morning and I do the same thing, and I do this for 5 days in a row. And then I come home Friday night, and I collapse. And I don't want to be with anybody, I don't want to talk to anybody, I just hibernate and do nothing the whole weekend. Sanguine, melancholy. What's going on?
She's not meeting her needs.
Her sanguine was completely dominating her whole life. Friday night, the melancholy says, we are done. I haven't got a word to say. I'm shutting you down, and we need rest. This brain needs rest, my body needs rest, we are shutting down. And she shut down all weekend. Monday morning she'd get up and she'd do it all over again. What do you think we did?
Helped her manage her time.
We balanced. This was one of the easier ones. I mean, it doesn't have to be complicated. But this is out of control. This is an example of being out of control, working to an extreme. We're going to talk about extremes more next week. But I made her quit one of the jobs, and she had to be home every night at 6 o'clock, and you're just going to rest in the evening. And on the weekends, we did the arts and crafts. We just switched things around. In 4 weeks, she was off of all the medication, she stopped drinking, and she stopped smoking. After 18 years of counseling with drugs, we dealt with it through prayer and through temperament. And she's doing extremely well. So this stuff works. It really works. It's all right. A few more thoughts about the sanguine. We see that we call it a weakness where they have to be with people. They must be, hate to be alone. This can be a problem. Where certain times you have to be alone, and they just can't, and they have to find a way to deal with that. And so they have to escape and find a way to be with people. They make a deep need for approval. We talked about that. Need to be in center stage. We talked about that. Makes excuses. This can be difficult. They make excuses a lot. A lot. They'll make excuses. Why do you think? It's never their fault. Why do you think?
They don't get rejected.
So they don't get rejected. They have enough personal rejection going on. They feel rejection so deeply that they don't want any more. Many of them, their glass is already filled up. They don't want any more. They don't need it. They avoid it. They have a fear of being rejected. So if I can blame it on you, I don't have to worry about being rejected. Why do children lie? Why do sanguine children lie all day long?
Wow.
All of a sudden you understand that one little point, and now you understand there is a reason why.
Wow.
And so obviously this child needs more affirmations, not getting enough. Why would they have such a strong fear of rejection? Because they're not balanced with affirmation. There's not enough balance going on, and so they have to avoid rejection. I cannot say it enough how strong the fear of rejection is.
Wow.
It governs everything in their life. I feel very, very much compassion for the sanguine. I don't suffer from that. I suffer from other things. right? That my own melancholy has to deal with. But at least that I don't have to deal with of always worrying about what other people are thinking and feeling. Remember, they're so worried, they're ones that, remember, if you two are over there talking, there's not even a question you must be talking about me. And it's going to be something negative, and you're using me. And so it's a tremendous, tremendous fear. They cannot say no. Why do you think they can't say no?
People like them.
People might not like them. They're going to reject them. And so and this is where they get themselves in trouble. They will tell you anything. This is where the expression people pleaser. This is where it comes from, this temperament. Anything so that you like me. They will do anything. So I will tell you whatever you want to hear. And so that when we leave this room, everybody has to like me. That is so important. They will do anything. And so no matter what I do, I have to make sure that you like me when we're done. And so this is interesting when you see with clients and with counseling, that they will, if they have to talk about something negative, they will make sure they back it up with all kinds of positive. I have a classic example of one very high sanguine fellow came in. Now he came in to talk about his problems. That was supposedly the game plan. That's why he came in. He wanted to deal with his issues. So he would mention, and this is true with more than you can imagine, but he would mention a problem, and then he would talk for 45 minutes about all the positive things that he did. Hopefully that when he's done with that I would forget or just diminish that negative thing, and he would still look good. He had 5 points. We were there for 5 hours. We could have been there for 1 hour. And I kept track of it. For every time he said something, the next 45 minutes was about positive things, bragging about himself and all his achievements, so that I would look at him in a good light. And you will see this happen very, very often. They will do things, even if they do admit a fault, they have to make themselves look good. It's like, why did you bring that up? But I understand why. Because you have to look good before we leave the room. Everybody has to like me. Okay? Interrupts and doesn't listen, because we talked about that, because theirs is the most important. They need to be on center stage. All right, any questions at all about, any other thoughts about the sanguine? Any questions at all? All right, let's do a little review. Some of the high points again. Warm and lovely. Talkative, never at a loss for words. Carefree, never worries about the future or frets about the past. That would take away from the opportunity to have fun. Let's look at how can we have fun right now. Worrying about the future, we're going to spoil the present. Great storyteller. Unusual capacity for enjoyment. Why do you think God gave them that?
So that they can entertain other people, so other people can enjoy as well.
Right, absolutely. Because if others don't have this gift, you have to compensate for all the rest in the room. Right? If you're the center stage, you're the source of entertainment, I need to give you an extra dose so that you can entertain everybody else. I'm going to give you an extra sense of joy, an extra dose of happiness, so that you can spread it. Your job, remember, is to light up everybody else in this room. And I can't do it without a little extra dose, and I think that's what Yad was thinking. Very enjoyable and optimistic. That's why we love to be with them. Always friendly and smiling. Remember, this is why us melancholies are so drawn to the sanguines. That's what 80% of the marriages are a sanguine and a melancholy. We're drawn to that joy, that optimism, that friendliness. I married my wife because of her smile. I saw her across the room, and all I saw was that smile, and I was so captivated by her smile. She had very little. She was actually helping to serve at a little community event we went to, and she was kind of serving. And I just watched a few interactions, but mainly the way she smiled at all her guests. That's what captured me. And that's how I remembered her when I didn't see her again. A year later, I met her again.
Wow.
And all I remembered was that I'm on the phone. She called on the phone. We were in a little community living together of Christians, and I heard her voice, and I remembered the voice and the smile. And it was amazing with how significant, and it was true. It's because it represents her whole character. That's who she is. That smile represents who she is. Very easy to apologize. They don't like to hang on to anything. Let it go. Versus with genuine warmth, because they're dealing with emotions. They're dealing with wonderful emotions. It's not just heady thought processes. Can't be bothered with that. So it's going to feel warmer. It's going to feel more passionate. They can share in. They can feel your joy and your sorrows. So we see that emotionally, though, they can be unpredictable. Many times you just don't know to what extent they're feeling, what depth they're feeling, and based on that is how they're going to respond. Could be way more emotional than the situation calls for. It just gives you a barometer of what they're feeling inside. It would not be coming out if they weren't feeling it inside. Very restless, constantly moving, constantly wanting to do something different. Exaggerates the truth. Why do they do that?
They're storytellers.
Right. Makes the story better, right? And they're great storytellers. And so, if you listen to them tell, I told you how they repeat stories. It truly gets bigger and better every time they tell it.
It's called embellishing. Not
Embellishing. Being melancholy, I have a whole slew of sanguine friends that I adore, and I just love to listen to their stories. I love to watch the way they tell them. That's where I get a lot of my ideas from, and the way that I tell stories while watching them. But I'm always fascinated about how the story gets bigger and better every time they tell it. It's so much fun. Someone else walks in, even right after they just told it, tell it again. Only now it's embellished. Lack self-control. Well, who needs self-control, right? Just be free. Let's have some little free spirit going on. Emotional decisions. Remember, everything is based on emotions. That's why God puts them many times with a melancholy or phlegmatic, someone who's a little more thought-oriented. You put the two together and we can come up with a good decision. It doesn't have to be just about numbers and facts and figures. Emotional definitely needs to play into a decision. How are the children going to feel if we move? As opposed to, I'm making twice the salary if we move, to this other city. Emotions are important, and you'd lose that element if you didn't bring that in. They can definitely see they can dominate. They need to be center stage. Not attentive. Why? Why are they not attentive? Why are they not really the best listeners? What are they worried about doing? Why they're
Thinking about what they want to say.
right? They're thinking about, their mind is racing. What I'm going to say? Am I going to lose my thought? Am I going to lose it? And they're just worried about being able to express it. And one of their needs is to express themselves. A very, very strong temperament need is to express themselves. If you deny them that ability, you're going to have a very frustrated person. Weak-willed, little conviction, because they deal with emotions. They whatever's present. It can be a problem theologically, where at this moment that sounds great. The theory sounds great. The theology sounds great, and then they go out and they hear something different. Well, that sounds good too, and they'll just swing to that. They can swing back and forth. Because they live maybe so much in the present moment, they don't hold on to their own past values, and they will tend to swing to the next thing coming down the road. Enjoys people and then forgets them. If you don't stay in their radar, you could easily be forgotten. They deal with the present moment. Who's ever in their world right now are the most important. If you're a friend from the past or you're out of town, I'm going to deal with those people that I see. You could literally go in, they could go into a place, going on a trip with their family, and meet someone, and now that moment that the needs of that person are the most important, and you can just completely switch and spend time with that person. And it's like, what happened to us?
Yeah.
They don't even understand that. And I had a big problem in a marriage with this. This fellow was so sanguine. So they would go to a restaurant in their, let's say, in their town. He was a farmer, and he knew everybody in this area. And so they would go to a restaurant, and he'd be sitting down. His wife wants to discuss something with him. They would sit down. Even on the way to the washroom, he sees somebody he knows. The next thing you know, he's not back for half an hour.
Oh, wow.
He finally comes back and says, well, you know, they had a problem. They're trying to talk about their son or this and that. And that instantly becomes the most important thing in the world. Totally forgets about time, has no remembrance that his wife is sitting back there waiting. He's dealing with a very important issue. And that's what it's about. That's present, that's important, he's going to deal with it. And takes a bit of adjusting, you know, but it's a big problem. It can be a real source of contention because they need balance. They need to say, you know what, I'll get back with you. But they want to deal with it immediately. Remember, shiny. I have to go to you. It's like that's. They just go and they lose track of all the other priorities. Even important things are put aside, like his wife back at the table, because he's dealing with a matter of consequence. This is important. It needs balance. It needs you tell him, you know, I'd love to come talk to you tomorrow. I'd love to come listen to you tomorrow, but I have to go back right now. And then they make excuses for it, right? And then they make excuses. Well, you know, it was important. You know, there was, you know, the son has had this problem, and whatever. I had to. And it's like, no, you didn't.
Yes. Yeah.
And there we have it again. Forgets promises and obligations because they're dealing with a present crisis. They're dealing with a present situation, or they're just distracted. You know, it's nothing to come home an hour late for a dinner party, knowing that, well, I was dealing with something else. I just forgot. I completely forgot. Something else takes precedence.
So they don't come across as very loyal, in other words.
Because, well, they'll go, yeah, whatever is in their scope, they will be attached to. And makes good first impression. So they come across great until you find out some of these weaknesses. You may have a second, like remember the fellow came in. My first minute with him was terrific. I was so excited about this guy, and then of course 45 minutes later, never got the job.
See, that was a guy who gave you a gift. If it had been 15 minutes, you might not have known that.
Right.
So God was looking out after you.
That's right. Does not get bored. They refuse to get bored. That's why when I see, you know, sanguine children, and they even if they can easily get stuck on video games and TV, take it away and watch what happens. They will not get bored. When we took away our TV when Ruth and Marcy were little, I was amazed at the games that they invented. They complained for a day or two, and then it was a non-issue. They will not get bored. Ruth is high sanguine. She was not going to be. She entertained everyone. Right? They would come over. Okay, Ruth. What are we doing today? What do you got for us today? And she was the entertainment committee for all her friends, because even though we had no TV, when they were horrified when they first came over. Says, "Where's your TV? Where's your TV?" Dad took it away. He said, "We don't need it. He wants us to use our." That's what I said. I said, "Dad wants us to use our imagination." It was like you cut off their blood supply. What are we going to? Panic stricken. What are we going to do? She says, "I got you covered. I got it covered." And she told them the events of the week. Tonight we're going to be in the pool tonight. Tomorrow night we'll just kick the can. After that it's cops and robbers. And then we're going to color. We're going to make puzzles. Right? She had the whole thing figured out. And so.
Make pizzas, go on the trampoline with water.
Right. It was never an issue. They will not get bored. So you don't worry. You take it away. If you don't think that, you think, if you just happen to think like I did that, 8 to 10 hours of video games, they might be a little excessive, and you decide to take it away, to improve the creativity, you will be, one day you will say, oh my goodness, this is true. They will not get bored. They will find something else. They'll complain at first, but right? You guys didn't last
Well,
long.
and they lead the whole rest of the group. My son does that now.
Yeah.
You know, he takes everyone has to come out fishing. Everyone's gonna try the cast net. Everyone's gonna, you know, he just has.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't need the TV.
That's right.
Gifted and caring for the needy. So compassionate, so generous, so giving. Right? They understand. They feel those people's pain. Easily engages in new plans and projects. Anything new, they love it. They're all about it. Right? They may lose enthusiasm after a little bit, but they're going to show they engage in it. You know, they'll always be the first ones. They'll always be the first ones to volunteer. They're the first ones to drop out. You know, and they lose interest. They can lose interest because they're being just figured out, or they may begin to lose their interest. Some weaknesses to review. Very disorganized, we know that. They're not into organization. They can be undependable and late. They're focused on their present moment. Undisciplined. They just want to do whatever they feel like. I mean, this is where the expression, if it feels good, do it. It came from the sanguine hippies in the 60s. They originated that saying. If it feels good, do it.
Yeah, the hippie was basically a single movement.
Many unfinished projects because they've gotten bored, they moved on to something else. They just, you know, this is taking too long. Too much detail. I didn't know it was going to take an hour to finish this. I thought it'd be done in 5 minutes. And so they're on to the next thing. Easily distracted. Shiny. So some occupations, we know you can picture them in any of these. They make 95% of your actors and actresses all have sanguine as their first temperament. Salespeople, absolutely. Volunteer workers, loving, playful parents. As long as they make great parents, because especially they're down on the floor playing with their kids. The kids love them. The kids love to play with them. They make great servers and bartenders. They can talk. They can just talk to them. They can entertain. They love to do that. When my daughter Rachel was a bartender, she excelled. She's high sanguine. She could carry on 5 conversations with 5 people, and everyone would feel like the most important person in the world. And she's doing 5 at once. But everyone feels like you're totally in love with me. I'm the most important person in the world for you. And and then she had this following. No matter where she went in town, this crowd of guys would follow her because she made them. And she was just doing her job. She was just making them feel special, sharing her gift of joy with these folks. DJs, MCs, entertainers, perfect for them. Receptionists, another one doing it, multitasking. Terrific. In any of these athletes, they love sports, they love competition because they love to win. These are the ones that they love to win because it makes them look what? Makes them look good. They feel good, they look good, they got the center of attention, everybody's cheering them. That's why they love the competition in sports. They love to be able to fight and win.
My son, who's sanguine melancholy, we were watching the Olympics, and it was so important to him that the person that he chose won.
Oh.
You know, he was cheering for someone from China. We're like, what are you doing? Why are you cheering for someone from China? They're going to win, you know. And then when he won, it went on for like 20, 30 minutes of him talking about how his guy won. You know, it's just like, okay.
That is a perfect story. It doesn't matter if whether it's me or my guy.
Yes, it's my guy, yeah. Yes. He's never seen this guy before. He had no idea who he is.
Vicarious performance.
That's terrific. Well, let's watch a few movies and then we'll take a break.
Oh, Bette Midler, of course.
And I want you to listen carefully about what she says. You don't get any more high sanguine than this one. Listen to her. It's short, so listen to her carefully.
It's quite a flirt.
Oh, you like it? I'm so glad. Actually, of course, you know we're paying through the nose for it, but Really, I think it's worth every single penny. Really, see, we have an option to buy. It's so close to the theater and the stores. And remember when we said we wouldn't be caught dead about 14th Street? I couldn't bear that downtown squalor one more second. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think of me? What'd you think of the show?
That is a classic.
What are some sanguine elements you see
Those
there?
are about her, yeah.
It's what?
Smile.
They're about her.
All about me, right?
Yeah.
But what was the first thing you saw?
The photos
smile.
of her.
Pictures.
Smile.
It's a smile.
Smile is just breathtaking. It's so natural. It's always there. It's wonderful. But I love that line. Just when you saw the so classic, all the pictures of her on the back wall. It's all about me, you know. And but see, when you understand that, instead of seeing, we can have some extremely negative things to say about this person, but if you understand that, well, what was God thinking about? I mean, obviously He gave her this temperament. There's a reason why that apartment looks like it does. There's a reason why. Now, it may not be 100% without its fault, but why she is so insatiable. That's out of control. Right?
Yeah.
I'll be the first one to admit it. I think hers is a little excessive, but you understand where it comes from. Right? It comes from the basic need of being affirmed. If you're not going to affirm me, I'm going to make sure you do. Oh, enough talk about me. What'd you think of me?
Yeah.
Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. What'd you think of me? Direct the attention back to me. Good stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I love this.
Another classic.
This is classic.
Oh, this is painful.
They will
no.
talk about entertain. He will entertain himself.
Oh my gosh.
Shake your leg and do the mess around. Now let me have it, young boy.
Look at the expressions. He's feeling the part.
Now you got it, boy. Now this band's gonna play from 9 to 1. Everybody get on. Have some fun doing the mess around. They do the mess around. Everybody do the mess around.
What'd you notice there?
Entertaining.
In the moment.
In the moment, we entertain. It's like he was entertaining 1,000 people. In the moment, right?
I do that too.
That's what he entered. They can enter into it, enter into the passion, the excitement, the fun, and he's all alone.
Yeah.
Right? It's just wonderful with the joy. How they out of a song on the radio.
Wow.
Look at probably 3 in the morning. He can entertain. He would entertain 1,000 people.
What movie's that one? I
That's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What movie's this one?
Planes, trains,
Planes,
and
trains.
automobiles.
Okay.
Oh, such a good movie.
Don't you move a peg. I said go just up. Shake your leg and do the mess around.
That's right.
Aww.
That's a
The Mask.
You know the movie The Mask?
Yep.
This is a great one.
Okay. It's party time. P-A-R-T. Why? Because I gotta.
Look at the smile. What'd you love about that?
Oh, it's funny. That's funny.
When you see the excitement, the joy, the fun, the like, P-A-R-T-Y. Why? Because I gotta.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
That's why I grabbed that one. It's like, it's a drive. It's a drive. It's a need. It's an urge. I gotta have fun,
Just busted.
and I'm gonna pull everybody in with it, right? And if you saw the rest of the movie, you see how he gets a crowd around him. Even everybody's dancing with him. Everybody, he gets sucked into his fun. It's so powerful. His energy is so powerful. He pulls everyone in. That's the theme of what the Sanguine can do. Beautiful, beautiful gift. This is it's a little story about the attention, what we think is the attention deficit disorder. Right?
This is great.
This is what it really is.
I went to the doctor yesterday. He told me I have age-activated attention deficit disorder. This is how it manifests itself. I need to wash my car. As I start towards the garage, I notice that there are some letters on the kitchen table. I separate the post into bills and junk mail. I go to put the junk mail in the bin and notice that it's full. But then I think that I may as well pay the bills first. I take my checkbook from my bag and see that there is only one check left. So I go to my desk in my study where I find a bottle of Coke, which I had been drinking. I am about to look for a checkbook when I notice that the Coke is warm, so I decide to put it in the fridge. As I enter the kitchen, I notice the flowers on the worktop need watering. I put the Coke down and notice my glasses, which I've been looking for all morning. I decide that I'd better take them back to my desk, but first I must water the flowers. I spot the TV remote on the table. I know we'll be looking for it tonight, so I decide to take it back to the living room. But first I must water the flowers. I splash some water on them, but some spills on the floor, so I put the remote down to wipe up the spill. Then I continue down the hall, trying to remember what I was planning to do. Now it's the end of the day. The car isn't washed, the bills aren't paid, there's a warm bottle of Coke on the worktop, the flowers aren't watered, there's only one check in my checkbook. I can't find the remote or my glasses, and I don't know what I did with the car keys. I tried to work out why nothing got done today, and I'm baffled because I've been busy, and now I'm really tired.
Where'd you get that? I love
Yeah,
that.
you gotta forward us that one.
Where did you get that one from?
Oh,
That is so funny.
I was looking up ADD and I found out I couldn't believe it.
That is
That was
so
perfect.
hilarious. Oh my gosh,
is
that's
that
my life. Like,
It
I
is-
keep a list of the
It is
ways
possible to
people-
overcome these things, though.
Yes, yes,
That
it
is
is.
so funny.
But very, oh, I just love that. It's like,
Oh,
Hilarious.
that is so hilarious.
it's all about distraction.
It
It's
is.
like learning to focus more than a moment. You know, it can change your whole world. But if you allow yourself to be distracted at that moment, but it's the most important thing. Everything was the remote, the glasses, the keys, the bills. At that moment, it was the most important thing in the world. So everything else gets put aside. And it's,
Sorry.
all right, let's just have. Why don't we take a break?
I did that one.
Before we begin,
Prison.
let's continue. Let's finish up with the sanguine. Let's review again the needs of a sanguine. This is some of the most important information about each temperament is learning the needs and fears. It will give you so much awareness, give you the ability to give so much grace. So the needs of a sanguine, they need to be with people. This just comes part of the program. They just need to be with people. They need affirmation. They need a wide variety of activity. They need freedom from details. Don't give them occupations or positions where they're alone or where they have to be detailed and do very intricate work or the same thing over and over and over. Other temperaments do those beautifully. Find out who you've got and what their gifts are and put them in the right spot. That's really what we're called to do. freedom to verbalize thoughts and feelings. They have a need to express themselves. If they cannot express themselves, they literally feel like they're exploding from within. They cannot, it brings so much tension and anxiety into them if they cannot just release it. So you'll see many of them, which is wonderful, many of them journal. Many of them they will either just speak or record or sing somehow to express. They'll do something to express their thoughts. They'll write poetry, they'll journal, they'll write stories, something to, they have, even if they're alone, they have to release it. This is wonderful that they can do this. But we have to allow them the ability to verbalize their thoughts. Now, why is this so important? They don't think as the other temperaments. They will have to, the simplest way I can describe it, as they speak, they see the words. And they can see them and it becomes clear and they can organize it and put it together. And I've seen so many of them, they think I'm the greatest counselor in the world and all I did was let them speak.
That's true.
All they did was they spoke. I may say a few words because as they're speaking, where they never had an opportunity to do, let's say, all of a sudden, so I watch this light go on. I watch it become clear to them as they're speaking. It's very, very important. So you see why that technique works for them. You can't just say, go home and think about this. That doesn't work for them. You know, they can go home and write something about it. If they go home and not verbalize it or vocalize it or express it, it's not going to work. But the best one is speaking. They literally see the words and they can put them together in the right pattern. Any questions on the needs of a sanguine? Let's look at their fears once again. The number one fear of being rejected. Right behind it, just as pretty much important, is being embarrassed. It is very, very important. Remember this, of not embarrassing them. And especially embarrassing them in front of other people. If you criticize them or show them rejection in front of someone else, it is so much more dangerous, so much more powerful. It's literally, so I tell couples, if you criticize your wife, if you're at home, or you embarrass her, that's worth 1 point. If you embarrass her in front of other people, it's 10 times more destructive. It's 10 times more hurtful, 10 times more painful. Now, what would the opposite of that be?
Praise. Public praise.
If you affirm your wife at home, it's worth 1 point. If you affirm her or him in front of other people, it literally is worth 10 times. I mean, it's like, come here, you got to see what my husband did. I want to show you what he built. I want to show you what he did for me. Oh my gosh, this guy is just exploding inside. It's just, I mean, it's worth 10 times doing it in front of other people. So that's just a little tidbit that really, really works. But especially if you criticize or embarrass them in front of others, you're going to live to regret it.
You may live to regret it.
May live to regret it. Fear, they have a fear of details. It really, really frightens them. If I was to give a sanguine a drawing that looks really complicated with a lot of details, they just freak out. Every day I said, what does that look like to you? He says, it looks like a big swirling blur of numbers and things. They just can't focus on it. He said, it looks like, and it freaks them out. So they said, could you make me a simple drawing? Just a simple, no detail, just little minimal details. They love it. So I have to learn that. I can't criticize them for that. I know details frighten them. And so I will only give them a project that would take them to a certain level. Then I would give it to another temperament who loves detail and can complete it with that fine, fine detail that we need. Know your men, know what they can do, know their abilities and what their weaknesses are. Nothing wrong, they do great, they can work fast, they can work efficiently, but it gets to that one point, they're done. On to something else. You don't give them a project that lasts, weeks long. They hate losing. Why do they hate losing? They feel rejected, they feel inferior, they feel not good enough. Now they don't need to win, they just hate to lose. it's kind of interesting. They just hate losing because they feel such inferiority, such rejection. Not making a favorable impression. That is a great fear. They will do anything. Literally, as you watch these now, as you learn these fears and you begin watching people, you will see these all are very true and they will play out. They will do anything to avoid leaving you with an unfavorable impression. It's just kind of amusing sometimes to see the stunts they will pull that you will feel good about them before you go. Even if you're in the midst of a big argument or something, they will turn it around so that you will see them in a favorable light. They are protecting themselves. They're protecting that fear of being rejected. It carries a lot of weight when they're rejected. That's what brings them into the counseling office, is working with all the times they've been rejected. So let's look at this rejection. So if they do not receive attention, approval, and acceptance, their self-esteem crashes and they feel rejected. And it can happen very, very easily. Remember, they're working with a cup that is not filled up. And it may be filled up with rejection. It's not filled up with affirmation. They're working actively to fill that cup. In one act, this is where spouses get in real sad times, where let's say it's a husband and a sanguine wife. And he works and works and works at pleasing his wife. Then he screws up and he does one thing and everything is lost. And he cannot understand why is it now invalidated? I said, because you're only with a sanguine especially, you're only as good as your last performance. And it will negate, it's that huge but in a sentence, where it negates everything before it. So you do all these wonderful things, and then this happens and they feel rejected. I can't believe that you put some emphasis. I spent hours recently arguing discussing with this fellow who just could not understand why his wife, after all the nice things that he did, this is the same guy that the counselors told him that he was wrong, he had to fix them. So he would correct them, made no difference. Because he would always do one thing to screw up. So even if there was 10 wonderful things, he did one thing to screw up and it negated everything else. And he couldn't understand why it had such weight. Because it has that 10-to-1 effect. It's all they remember. They will remember the negative things in that light. They remember that you hurt me. And it's sad how it's impacted them so strongly that they will lose all the other good positive things. But you say, but they're a positive outlook. Well, as long as things are going well and they can continue their positive outlook and they work at that. So they will try to, and they're the fastest ones to remove that negative influence. But for right now, why is she feeling so rejected? That's right now. Till she works through and cleanses out this negative experience, she will regain those positive things that you do faster than most. But right now, she's feeling rejected because that's all she can see. And she can't picture, remember, it's present moment, you just rejected me, I'm feeling rejected. I don't care what you did yesterday, I don't care what you did 10 minutes ago. You just hurt me now and that's what we're dealing with. Until I can unload this and recapture the positive things, you're going to suffer from my rejection. You're going to be dealing with this with me. If good behavior does not produce attention, they may resort to bad behavior, such as screaming, pouting, crying, temper tantrums, lying, etc., which usually draws immediate attention. This works beautifully, not just with children, but adults as well. They will act out in some way to get attention. Because if I'm not getting the affirmation, I'm going to resort to whatever it takes to get me attention. And many times it's just not real, it's not mature, it's not the best choice, but it works, and so they do it. Especially you'll see this with children. The sanguine and depression. So they do rarely get depressed because they know how to get out of it. They know they can just, if they're feeling rejected or they're feeling depressed, something is wrong, they don't like it, they hate that feeling. And so they will just call someone. They will call a friend, they'll say, I'm going out, I'm getting out of this, I'm going to the beach, I'm going to take a walk, I'm going to do it, but normally it's with another person. They call someone and that person helps lift them out. with other people is their solution to lifting themselves out of any kind of depression. However, they can react harshly against personal attacks or criticisms and may become depressed by engaging in self-pity. This is why. They cannot believe someone could feel this way about them. And that's what I hear all the time. How could he or she do this to me? I can't believe that they could do this to me. How could they think that after all I've done, how could they think this about me? They can't figure it out. It's so irrational to them that someone, after all the love that they've shown, see, sanguines, remember, are helping everyone. They're the ones who get the biggest hit. They help everyone and they rarely get it back. There's a reason. We're going to talk about that more next week. But there's a very important reason. People look at them and say, you got it together. You got everything you need. You got joy. If I had joy, I'd have everything. So they see the sanguine as having joy. You have it together. You got it all. And so they rarely get fed back with as much as they give out.
Wow.
They're the givers, and they're always feeling cut short.
Wow.
So that's how, that will also get them depressed. Is that how in the world, after all that I've done, after all I've tried to do, all I've tried to be for you, and now you think this? They can't process that.
Powerful.
Some sanguine language. When does the party begin? Come on, it'll be fun. Stop talking while I'm interrupting. Shiny. Life's too short. I've invited 400 of my best friends. And that's real language. I've heard it all. Any questions on the sanguine? Any thoughts at all?
Oh, hold on.
All right, let's take a look at the phlegmatic. All right, the phlegmatic is the one that we're going to describe basically as cool, calm, and collected. That's the best way I think we can describe them. They're very, very easygoing, very relaxed, very comfortable with themselves. They are very, very, very steady. They're not easily moved. They just, they know what they believe. They're happy with what they believe. They've taken a long time to come to that. And now, good luck trying to change them. I mean, they've worked at this. They've come to it. They understand this is the best for them, and this is what they've chosen. They do not like change. They are very happy. Why change? Why? If it ain't broke, why fix it? That's their motto. You know, it's they like things. They like routine. They like things steady. They can easily do the same thing for year after year after year. These are the folks who they win the gold watch for being at a company for 40 years. You know, these are the folks who do that. They can they're loyal. They'll stay with a company, till death. And they're so loyal. They'll stay with a partner until death. They are family people. They're not about changing partners. These are not the ones you're going to see out ever thinking about having an outside relationship or spending time outside of the home. They are home people. They love to be home in the evening. And once they get home, they don't want to go out. Very hard to get them back out. Hey, we're having a get together. Forget it. I'm in the house. I'm done. You got to give them lots of notice. Even for things they like to do, they want lots of notice. They don't like surprises. They don't like change. Remember again, these are the folks who you go in their house 40 years after they're married. The furniture is in the same place it was when they got married. Walls are painted the same color, same pictures on the wall. It works. Why change it? Why put the effort into it? Why bother? It works. I like it. I still like it. I chose it then. I will choose it now. I heard the great story of this one fellow. He came to speak at our church, and he was very phlegmatic, and he's telling the story how exemplifying how we like, phlegmatics like what they like, they know what they like, and they stick with it. So years ago, he had bought a suit. His wife said, listen, you're going to be out doing public speaking in these churches, you need to have a suit. He said, oh, so I came then, I bought a suit. So 10 years go by, and a number of years go by, and his wife says, you really have one suit, you should go get another suit. So he went back into a store, and he looked through everything. He looked through all the racks, and he said he bought a suit, and he brought it home.
Same.
Exact same. He couldn't. He said they know what they like. Why change? It was the ultimate example.
That's a true story.
Hilarious.
Why? It's a
That's
true story. Why
true story.
change?
Oh, okay.
Exact same suit. He just couldn't believe it. The price was a little more expensive, but it was the exact same suit. And they are very. If you were to describe the phlegmatic, you're going to say they are accommodating. I would say that's their number one gift. Remember, they are accommodating.
Yes.
They, whatever you like, that's what makes them happy. It's not like you get the appeal. It's like they don't care. The fact is, they don't care. It's simple. They don't remember. They don't have an opinion really. Whatever. That's their favorite word. Whatever. You know, it's not like they're being mean or rude. They literally don't care. Because whatever makes you happy, remember, these are the people they like to help.
Yeah.
They like to help others. They like to bring whatever good they can to another person. They have a need to help. And so, what makes, as a phlegmatic, whatever makes you happy makes me happy. I'm delighted to see you happy. That makes me happy. And so, I'm doing what I'm called to do. So if you were to say, you know, and this frustrates a lot of women. Let's say it's a woman married to a phlegmatic husband. She may say, would you like me to wear this dress or that dress? I don't care. It's like, come on, you must have an opinion. No, I really don't care. Which one would you like to wear?
Yeah.
And so it comes across as being indifferent, as uncaring. You know, would you like spaghetti tonight or steak? I don't care. And they come to me and said, what's wrong with him? I said, nothing. He doesn't care. That's the story. He just doesn't care. And that's not being mean or rude. It doesn't make a difference. They're very easygoing, very easy to please. That's why they get along so well with everyone. People love to be with them because they get along with everyone. Because whatever you want to do, they're never going to argue. They're never going to put up a fight. You have a group of people and they all want to watch a movie. Which one you want to watch? Whatever you want to watch. You know, how much tougher is that? I say, if you can't get along with a phlegmatic, you can't get along with anybody. Really, because they're so easygoing, cool, calm, collected. They really are team players. They love to be a part of a team. They're not about being the exact opposite of a sanguine. They do not want to be in the limelight. They want to be hidden in the corner. They want to be helpful, but they don't want to be known for it. They don't want to, God forbid you mention the name. Oh, we want to give some credit to, oh, they just melt into the floor. Do not do that. They don't appreciate it. They want to be, and it's not just humility. They don't want that attention. They don't need it. They like to be alone. These are the people who want to be alone all the time. That's their temperament. And so now remember that if it was just phlegmatic, but we are a blend always of two temperaments. So these would be your hermits if they had their way. A high phlegmatic would be your hermits. They would just soon be alone all the time. And so it's just, it's me and God. But they are without social contact, and they thrive on that. They don't. Nothing's going to ruffle them. Nothing's going to challenge them because they hate conflict. Another very, very important concept: they hate conflict. They will do anything to avoid conflict. Another greatest fear is conflict, and so they will do anything to run away from it. They will tell you anything so that they don't have to be involved in a conflict. They will just freeze. They will just freeze and do nothing. They will not respond. They will try to avoid it. This is where they can actually show some backbone and remove the conflict. I surprised myself at this ability. I will do anything. I'm melancholy phlegmatic, if you didn't know. I will do anything to preserve peace, to remove conflict. I will do anything at any cost. That's something where you will see, even though I have zero choleric in me, you will see a little bit when I have to maintain peace. So there was a situation in our shop years ago when we had that big crash.
and the market really crashed, and work just kind of stopped. And so work, of course, stopped with it, and instead of laying certain people off, we said, all of us, in order to survive through this, we have to work together. Every one of us, including me, all the way down, has to take, it was like a 20% pay cut.
Wow.
And we're only going to be allowed, we can only work so many hours a week. Otherwise, we're going to have to let some people go, and I don't want to do that.
Wow.
And so there was a bit of confusion. I said, is anybody having a problem? I want to hear about it now. I had this big shop meeting. Anybody have a problem? No, it's okay, we will do it. And I said, but I have to tell you, I know some of you, I said, if there is any dissension, if I hear of any complaining or criticism in the background, you're going to be fired. I couldn't believe that I said those words. And sure enough, I found out through, I had a friend who wanted to use the shop to make some things, and he was down and he came up a week later, and he said, do you realize that these three guys are doing nothing but criticize you and talk behind your back about how you're doing you're doing ministry, and you're making these crosses, and that should be money paid to them. Now that's funded from a completely different set of donation. It has nothing to do with our shop. But they were criticizing, they were stirring up dissension in the shop. I went down, I fired all three. Instantly, no questions asked, all three of you are fired.
Beautiful.
And I said, I told you, I warned you. I went back and was, I can't believe I just did that. That was preserving peace in the shop, preserving the beautiful atmosphere we had of love and of peace and of doing this together. That was what I'm all about. It's interesting how there was three different responses to that. Not that I'm going to be such a hard nose, but there were three. They all left. They all left, and then I had three completely different responses to that, which just amazed me. One guy just, okay, fine, and he was so like rude, it just left. Never said anything back. The second person blamed it all on me. Turned it on, was all my fault, criticized more and more and more criticism, just blamed it all on me, was all my fault, had not one word of apology. The third guy came up to my office on his knees.
Wow.
I was like, he said, and begged for his job back. He said, you will never, I understand what you're doing, I agree with you, you will never hear another word of discontent out of my mouth. And I believed him. He became my best worker.
That's awesome.
He excelled above everyone else. The other two never bothered to come back. But that one guy, but see, that's where I could have been a hard nose, but I trusted, I believed him. I said, no, I'm going to give you another chance. I didn't give him any warnings. He said, I promise you. And he became my best guy. And he is loyal to this day. That's amazing. It's just so, we will fight to maintain peace in our environment. So they are in control of themselves. They know who they are. They've thought about it a lot. They know what they believe. They know what they think. They know they have a good idea of who they are. And you will see on their graphs, many of them, they come up, all three graphs are exactly the same. They have a good sense of who they are. So they're comfortable with themselves. That's why they don't need a lot of people.
Wow.
They've thought about it so much, they've developed themselves into a place where I'm happy with who I am, I can live with this, and I don't need all kinds of affirmation. In fact, I don't appreciate it at all. They do not want affirmation. They don't need it. You're wasting your time. It's completely not necessary. Because they feel comfortable in their own skin. They are able to stay focused on a project. These people, like I say, they're the ones, they love detail. They love detail, and they love doing the same job over and over and over. They want to know, what am I doing? These are the guys that say, if it was the shop, want to know, okay, a Sagman will say, okay, what do you want me to do in the next 10 minutes? What do you want me to do today? The phlegmatic will say, okay, what am I doing this week? And if I say, you're going to do this job and it's going to take you a month. Oh my gosh, they're so excited. The other guy is like, he's listening, cringing. He said, thank goodness you didn't give that to me. I said, no, I know what I'm doing. I said, that's not your temperament, and you're not getting this job. But he loves it. He knows every day they love routine. So he knows that every day I know what I'm going to be doing. That's comfort, that's security, that's stability. I know what I'm doing every day for a month. I know exactly how to do it. I know what I'm going to be doing, and they do it well. And they work at one speed. They get, even you say, well, you've been doing this for 10 years. Has it sped up at all? Not one millisecond quicker. Not one second. So true. They decide it's that they literally lock into a space, yep. And that's where they'll be. Nothing. I remember coming out and saying there was a truck. I'll never forget it. There was a truck waiting to pick something up, and we realized that of all these shelves, that all the edges needed to be broken. We forgot. We just somehow forgot. The truck is waiting. The guy's out there. He's really in a rush to leave. And I ran to this guy who was ultra phlegmatic, and I said, "Quick!" I said the wrong way. I said, "Quick!" I said, "We need to do this real quick, and just get us on the truck." And then then as really is true, then when I said, "We've got to speed this up," he froze. Oh, he completely shut down. He said, "You do it," and walked. He couldn't deal with it. Yeah. You do it. And I did it myself. He could not deal with the pressure because I was changing his speed. It's like trying to take a 33 RPM and run it on a 45. It's just not going to work. It's just, I'm made to run at this speed. And he just froze. He completely froze. They do, so it's like they literally like to do one thing at a time. Now imagine knowing this, how huge this is. Dealing with just not men in this shop. So they like to do one thing at a time, then they stop, they take a break, and then they go on to the next thing. And so I remember this same fellow, and I love he's so phlegmatic. I went down, and this is years ago, and I gave him a list of 5 things to do on this project. And he got all nervous looking at it. It's like, I didn't know why he was nervous, but he's getting all nervous. But I got the instructions for these 5 things. So I look down, I can see from my window, I see him down there, and I see he's standing by his bench. After a couple hours, he's standing by his bench. And so I walked down, I said, "What's wrong?" "Well, I finished the first step." "Well, now want you to do the next one." "No," he says, you got to show me. And he said, I did the first step. Now you show me what you want next. So then I learned very quickly. This is before I understood temperament. When I learned temperament, it all made sense. And I can deal with them completely differently, but it all made sense. You do one thing at a time. So he would finish that one thing, then he's standing by his bench, and he's taking a break. And his brain is switching gears, it's resetting to do the next thing. But you have to show him. The phlegmatic wants to know how to do it. Melancholy wants to know why. Jumping ahead, will tell you, to show you the difference. The melancholy, we want to know why you want me to do this. But the phlegmatic needs to know how. They have to be shown how. They love it when you take, like, if I take, well, it goes like this, and I'll do one, and I'll say, this is how you put the pieces all like this, and it's going to look like that. Okay, now I got it. They watch you once, and then they've got it. But to look at a drawing and try to figure it out, but that's okay, it works beautifully. Just have to know that, and you will be amazed how much teaching you can do with these folks. They actually will get it. So this couple comes in, and she's infuriated with him. And I look at this guy after 5 minutes, and this guy is major phlegmatic, right? And she is exactly the opposite. She is, she could not understand. She says, I said, "What is your biggest problem? You're so angry. What is your biggest problem with your husband?" She said, "I don't ask him to do a lot, but I give him a list to do. On Saturdays, he's supposed to help me. I give him a list of things to do, and he doesn't do them." I said, "Wait a minute, hold on." I said, "Is that true? He doesn't do any of them?" She says, No, he does the first thing. he does the first thing on the list. And then I said, so I turned to him, I said, let me guess. I said, so where's the list that she gave you? And he smiled, and he says, I hid it in the drawer. I told him, I said, and I'm thinking, I said, he hid it. And sure enough, he can't deal with 10 items. It's true when I tell you they deal with one thing at a time. They do it, so I said, and all we had to do to fix it, and he was all about it, and she said, okay, it seems ridiculous, but I'll do it. I said, you give him a piece of paper with one thing on it. Give him one thing to do, he does it. When that's completed, give him another. Because they don't want to be flustered with thinking of two things at once. They want to do that one thing, and they want to do it well. So we can criticize them all day long, and I'm telling you, from owning a shop, I am very happy to have these guys in my shop who can do one thing for a month. Very happy. Thank goodness. You would have no assembly lines if you didn't have Phlegmatics.
It's true.
So remember John Kokoris, my friend who began all this, this production company called him one day. And he said, we're having huge losses on our assembly line. We just can't get this thing working. We can't keep production going. It just seems to fall apart. Now, he knew exactly what the problem was before he even got there. And so he gets there and he says, he tests all the people, half of them are sanguines. And he said, just bring me all the Phlegmatics, put them on this line. And that's what he did, and the problem was instantly corrected.
Wow.
And so he had the wrong people on this job. The Phlegmatics love it. They love doing one thing at a time. We know that the sanguines were so bored. They were screwing up because they were fooling around. They were trying to do something. They were disinterested. Those Phlegmatics could do the job from here until the end of time, and they'd be happy with putting that part on that car. Right? So the right place. It's a good thing. It's nothing wrong with it.
Yes.
And believe me, in situations like that, we're very happy to have our Phlegmatic workers. I don't care that you can't do two things at once, but that enables you to stay extremely focused on what you're doing. I don't have to worry about you screwing off doing something else or being distracted.
Question? Isn't it then the same with relationships for them? That's one of the reasons why they're so loyal.
Right, exactly. They do not see the reason to change. They want one partner for life. These are your most loyal partners.
And friends.
Why do I want to change? This is working fine. Why would I want to go through all that trouble, courting and dating and buying rings and why would I want to do all that again? Because they are, it's like, that doesn't make sense. I knew what I wanted the first time. That's why they wait and wait. Many of them will wait and wait and wait. And when they see someone, they're not big daters. They've thought about it so much. When they see what they want, they recognize it because they've thought about it for so many years. They know exactly what they're looking for. It makes sense when they see it, and it's like, okay, we can get married. You're what I've been looking for because they've thought about it so much. So then, yes, dependable and loyal. They are in it. They're in it for the long haul. Conserves energy, practical and efficient. They're the more of all the temperaments. They can tend to be lazy. We're going to give them a weakness. They are the lazy temperament. But they do need more sleep than the other temperaments. They need a bit more sleep. They're a bit more sluggish. Whenever they sit down, they tend to fall asleep. That's a good way of, I can be anywhere. If I sit down for a certain amount of minutes, I will begin to doze off. Could be in the doctor's office, in a classroom. I was terrible in college. I used to sit in the front row. I said to the professor, listen, as soon as I nod off, would you just slap me up the side of the head? I just couldn't help it. If I'm sitting still, I just fall. If I'm driving, forget about it. God has saved me so many times. I should not be standing here. From all the times that I would fall asleep driving. Waking up 3 lanes over, I should not be here. He has protected me.
You need my car.
Oh, you have
to keep you
Yeah, that's right. I saw that feature. I said, now I like this.
I need that.
It gives you alert if you swerve. So that's how you can tell. So you can even ask people. Let's say you're trying to decide, is this person is there a second temperament sometimes? Is it phlegmatic or is it melancholy? You know, are they sanguine phlegmatic or are they sanguine melancholy? You can ask one question. When you're alone, when you do have alone time, what do you do? Do you think or do you rest?
Wow.
And
Wow.
if they say, I take a nap, I fall asleep, they're phlegmatic. If they say, I sit and think, then they're melancholy.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And that's very, very accurate. It really does work. But you'll notice those that they just, any chance they can get to say, let's catch up. Let's catch up. I used to take a nap every day when I was in, worked in Chicago on the train home, no problem. I could do it standing up. I learned how to lean a certain way that I could sleep standing up. Whenever I'm a passenger in the car, forget about it, I can fall asleep. Any chance I can get, and I only need like 10 minutes and I'm good. I can sleep for 10 minutes and I'm good for the rest of the night. So we definitely need some extra rest. We take advantage of it whenever we can. Again, they make family comes first. Takes quality time with their children. They're all about family. Family is a huge deal. I knew men who gave up very good jobs because the bosses pushed them to travel or to have to work extra hours. They said, no, not interested. And instead of arguing because they don't like conflict, instead of arguing and even stating their case, they just quit. They just quit. They do not like conflict. They will just move on. But many times I've seen that. Instead of, if you're going to ask me to take away from my family time, I just lost interest. And it's twice the pay maybe. That's how loyal they are to family and to their children and to their wife or their husband. Make lifelong friends. I have friends from high school that are still very good friends because I'm not interested in having 400 friends. I want the ones that I have are going to be good ones because I invest in them. I will spend time with them and it will be very, very special. I don't need that many to fulfill me, but I do have, the ones I have are great friends. Peaceful and agreeable. That's why people love to be with them. They're so easygoing. But they do have good administrative skills. And why would you imagine? Why do they really make good leaders? They make good owners. They make good managers. Why would you think?
Is it organized?
Yes, very organized.
Stable.
How do they deal with people?
Oh, non-confrontationally.
People love to work for them. They're team players. Imagine a situation. You can either work for a cleric who's got this super ego, who's super critical, who puts you down if you're not, if you're 2 seconds too slow. But it pays really well and all this and that. But would you rather work for him, or would you rather work for a guy who lets you work at your own pace? He loves you just the way you are. Will never push you to, because he doesn't want to be pushed. He'll never push you to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. He'll just, if you need help, he'll counsel you or help you or find you help. Which one would you rather work for? People love them. My son is so phlegmatic and everybody, they're coming from all over to work for him.
Daniel?
Yeah, because he appreciates who they are. He doesn't ask them to be anything that they're not. He just loves them. And he listens to them. If they need something, this guy, he has given more out. He lends more money than I ever imagined was possible. He's helping, I'm helping this one buy an engine, I'm helping this one with his insurance, I'm helping this one with the mortgage. I mean, he just knows he's going to get it, and they all pay him back. He works out, I've got to deal with everybody in the shop to help them out in some way or another. They love him. And he's phlegmatic. And he has great, great leadership skills. But according to the books, they'd say that he's not leadership material. But they're coming from all over town to work for him. And they're the best of the best. And so he has a very, very successful operation. And it's just because of the way he treats them. And he loves them. He's a good listener. He'll listen to their complaints and he'll make changes for them. They come in and say, we don't like the way this is operating. We think we should have that. Okay, accommodating, agreeable. You think that'll work better for you? I mean, I have to be careful with him because I went out in the shop yesterday and there was this fabulous new saw. because I had made some comments about the one we had was really working poorly, and it was frustrating and not efficient, and I wasn't, you know, nasty. I just said, this really is a problem. And he listened to me, and he just goes out and he buys this beautiful saw. It's like way beyond what I expected, and it's because he wants to be accommodating.
Wow.
He said, everybody's going to be happy with this baby. Right? And so, not afraid to do whatever it takes to make peace, to make efficiency, very, 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 very accommodating. Again, self-sufficient, easy to get along with, long-suffering. We're not afraid to suffer. The phlegmatic is not afraid to suffer. This can be a problem where they feel they want to take on other people's suffering. This can be a real, real issue, as we know. We have to be very careful because they have an ability to suffer. They're not afraid to suffer, and they want to. They feel your suffering, and they want to take it on to help you. They hate to see you suffer, and so they try to take it on. This can be a real problem. This is spiritual. This is incorrect. Because that's Jesus' job to take on suffering, not ours, not the phlegmatics. They walk away from arguments. We talked about that. They just really, really, really hate conflict, and they will just. So here's an important point in when you're learning about people, and especially in counseling. You will find when a phlegmatic is confronted, when they are in a state of, it looks like it's going to be an argument, like a conflict, they will do one of two things. In all my years, I've only seen them respond in one of two ways. If you attack them with an argument, or it looks like it's going to be confrontational, they will either walk away.
Yeah.
They will just say, I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. And it's like, what? Well, I want to talk about it. I gotta go. They know that this is going to be explosive. I don't want to be a part of this. They will walk away. Or they will explode in anger. And it's like, what came over you? I've never seen this. They are trying to end the conflict.
Yep.
If they can blast you away, they will do it. That's what they're doing. They're trying to end the conflict. Phlegmatics have an ability to endure for many, many, many years. But everyone is different. You know, you'll say, well, this person has an endless ability to absorb pain or suffering. It's not true. I used to think that in the beginning of my career as a counselor, that these people just are amazing. They can take it and take it and take it. Well, I learned that everyone, even the phlegmatic, has a limit. Know this, know this. I don't care if it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, they will have a limit. And they will either walk away or they will explode. I can't tell you how many stories. Let's say a man brings in his wife and said, fix her. I don't know what's wrong. She's been wonderful in his life for 30 years. And all of a sudden she just left or wants a divorce. Or she just screamed at me. I've never seen her do this. He says, what happened? I said, she's filled up the year.
Yeah.
She is able to take in drop by drop. She has taken all your abuse. Because he said, I criticized her, according to her, but I've been this way for 30 years. I said, you said it one time too many. And that was enough. Everyone has their limit. And when she was filled, she was done. So it's going to be one of those two things. Either she's done, quit, I've had it, I have no interest in counseling, or she just blasts him away with anger, trying to end this thing once and for all. She can't take one more drop, and she will try to blast it away. Very, 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 very good point to know in dealing with people. Everyone has their limit. And so we see, let's look at the weaknesses. They really resist change. They hate change. It frightens them. It's their greatest fear, is change. Conflict and change are right up there with what they really, really fear. Change, it takes a lot of effort. I have to do emotional, physical work to make this change. Is it what's going to happen to me? They just really fear it. So they leave everything just like it is. They don't want to change. They resist it. And sometimes it's completely unrealistic. But they will stick to it what they believe. They're watchers. They're going to wait. They're going to just, they're going to just watch and see how this goes. They don't really want to always participate, but they like to watch. Even just they like to watch sports, but they'll never really get it. They're not going to be the first ones to get in there and play, but they love to watch. Like I said, they meet the requirements, then they stop. I did what you asked, then I stop. They don't have the initiative to find out, like the other temperaments, to find out what should I do. Like maybe I'll pick up a broom and start sweeping while I'm waiting for you to come tell me the next step. No, they just stand there. They just wait. They're recharging, whatever. They just stop. Then you have to restart them. It takes, like, so, to get this train moving. So that's the example. They'll go for a month, 2 months, or 30 years, right? But getting them started, getting them off engaged in the morning, getting them rolling is another story. So that's why a smart employer would give him one job that lasts, so you don't have to restart him every day. You don't have to keep training him on new things. Just let him do what he likes and just just keep doing it. Everybody's happy because it's such a slow start. Because a new project is more change. They have to adapt to change. They have to adapt to this new thing. You have to give them plenty of notice. Just another advice, give them plenty of notice, even for things they love to do. My brother's favorite thing is to go see movies. He just loves it. If I'm to call him right now and say, hey, would you want to go out and see a movie in and out? No. It's his favorite, but it's your favorite thing? No. If I call him today and say, would you like to see a movie tomorrow or Monday? Oh, sure, absolutely. He can adjust to that. He can plan for that. He can prepare for it. But the immediate reaction is always going to be no. And I can feel the tension. I can feel the anxiety. What does this mean? It means I have to get changed. I have to rush dinner. I have to do and it's anxiety. It's all about avoiding conflict, avoiding anxiety. They need lots of notice. So just do that. So if you want something from them, don't be offended if they say no, just give them the notice that they need. If you'd like
I don't understand why my wife, I'll say, why don't we go see a movie? When is it starting? 25 minutes. I don't know why she doesn't jump on it.
Right.
Most of the time it's like that. When does the movie start? In 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Your mind can't adjust. You can't process. It's too much change too fast.
You have to run to the theater.
And so we avoid it. No. The answer is no. But that's your favorite thing. No. Unenthusiastic. Again, they're so kind of
mellow.
Yeah, very mellow. They don't get excited about a whole lot, and so you have to be used to that. So you have to realize that they're not going to be as excited. So when you get a sanguine and a phlegmatic married together, that's going to be the sanguine's biggest frustration. I can't get this guy excited about anything. But he's happy. He's okay. He's fine. He's going along with it. But remember, he's thriving on her joy and her enthusiasm. That's why we're put together. He needs to feed off of that to do anything. Imagine if he didn't have it, he'd probably never get off the couch. They can be very stubborn. They really can be, I have to tell you. And that effort to resist change, and just they're so used to doing a certain way that they don't feel any reason to change. And they can be so stubborn looking at new things. A great example I had when I was in New Zealand. I went to work in a wood shop, and I brought with me some little tools, some wonderful little tools that I didn't know whether they had them or not. But there was one was a little router bit that this router bit cost $5. The router bit they were using cost $30.
Wow.
And I wanted to show them, and if the idea is that you have a board and you put laminate on it, you put formica on top. Well, after you put it on, it extends over the edges. right? Can you picture that? You glue it on, extending out over the edges.
You have to cut.
And then you have to, so first you put on the edge, right? You put on the edge, and then you glue on the top and the bottom. So then you got these pieces overhang. Now you have to trim that, right? So with their big $30 bit, they would route this thing, but it didn't get real close. It was, I mean, it was close, but not, you still had to spend an hour a door filing it with a file to get it exactly close. So 1 hour per door, $30 bit. I brought there a bit that was even on a high gloss laminate, high gloss Formica material. This bit would route it in one pass. Cost $5. It would route it, and you didn't need a router. It didn't need a file.
Wow.
You didn't have to touch it with a file. So I was saving 1 hour per door, right? But I said, they'll never believe it. They won't believe because it was mirror finish Formica. So that bit they thought for sure was going to scratch it when it went down. Theirs had a ball bearing on it. This was a piece of solid steel. But if you put wax on it, it runs right along, doesn't scratch anything. Okay, I'm giving you all these woodworking techniques here. So I said, you know what, they're probably not going to believe it. So I made a sample. I made a door with this mirror finish Formica on it. And I routed it, one pass, routed it, and I had it sitting on my bench. So the two guys come by, these old timers come by, they've been doing it this way since the file was invented, right? So they come by and they pick it and said, what's this? And I said, I just routed that. I laminated it and routed it with this bit, and I didn't touch it with a file. We look at it, threw it on the bench. She said, it'll never work. I said, what? You just saw it. You saw it done. That's stubbornness.
Yes.
Okay, that is the ultimate in stubbornness.
Yeah.
When they said it'll never work. That was amazing. But then I didn't give up. I went to the foreman and I showed him, and he said, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is brilliant. I can't even imagine." Now this is 15 guys doing this, building the same component, right? The same units. I can't even guess how many thousands of dollars this one bit saved. An hour a door, they made, I don't know how many doors a day, right? Plus the cost of the bit. They went through boxes of these things. So he appreciated it. And so finally, about a month goes by. You won't believe, I have to tell you this story because you can't make this stuff up. So I let it go. I showed the foreman. So he went back and he reintroduced it to these guys through him.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm the American, I'm the jerk, right?
Yeah.
And so he reintroduces it. So I go back. We were in different rooms, different shops, different sections. I went walking into this section one day to get something, and the guy calls me over. The same guy calls me over. I thought he was joking. He calls me over and he said, "Look at what we're doing now.
Oh my God.
Wait till you see this new bit that Rod got for us." I just laughed and I said, "That is fantastic." I said, "It really does that?" He said, "Oh," I said, "with no filing, no filing." He said, "Can you imagine the money we're going to save?" I said, "Man, that is terrific."
Only a phlegmatic could actually do that humbly the way you did.
Yeah, it was priceless. It was just so fun. I said, "Good for you guys." All right, you saw that the parallels under pressure, I already told you that. They literally do freeze. And I've experienced that. Under pressure, I just freeze. I can't even move. They're tired easily. They just need a little more rest than the others, and they just don't have the same stamina as those cholerics. They have trouble motivating themselves, and they hate sudden change, indecisive. They really, really spend a lot of time making decisions, and they lose a lot of opportunities. That's one thing I have to say. It's really I try to help people understand. You cannot take all the time. They're so worried about making a mistake. They're so worried about that they're going to make a wrong decision, and they're so afraid of change. And so life passes them by, and so they miss out on opportunity after opportunity because it seems too quick. It's too sudden. And they don't know how to deal with it. I had one fellow I knew, he wanted to buy a house on short sale. And so I introduced him to a friend of mine who was a realtor. And I said, I warned him that he was ultra phlegmatic, right? Very ultra phlegmatic. And I said, you're going to have an issue because you have to decide, you have such a short window when these things come on the market. And he wouldn't listen. She would take him to see a house and say, no, he wanted to buy short sale. This was then when the market was all crashing and all these houses out there, right? She would say, you've got 2 hours to make a decision. He couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it. He said, no, I'll think of it. I'll let you know tomorrow. I'll let you know the day after. It was just instantly, no, I need, even though it met all the qualifications, what he was looking for, met every single one, the idea of making a decision in 2 hours freaked him out. He lost 20 houses in a row. She finally quit. I said, I can't believe you stuck with him for 20 houses.
Yeah, seriously.
This is ridiculous. He missed 20 houses because he would not jump on it. And it's true, you have a 2-hour, 1-day window. Somebody else grabs it. They just come along with cash and they grab it, you're done. So he missed out on every opportunity. People miss out on relationships by waiting and waiting and then it's gone. Right? And then they feel this is what gets them discouraged. They may miss out on job opportunities. Oh, I'll apply tomorrow. I'll apply tomorrow. It's filled. Yeah. It's filled. But they wait because they're so, they're slow, they're procrastinators. That's another thing. They do tend to procrastinate. And then life passes them by when they miss out on opportunities. You said they need pushing to get involved. They actually need to be invited, is the way that I see. They're not going to get involved. But when I look at it this way, if you invite them, then they will respond. So that's a little technique that you'll know. If you send out, if I asked everyone in this class to volunteer, I said, I really need help with something, and would anyone volunteer? All the sanguines will raise their hand, and then probably by tomorrow they'll lose interest. The phlegmatics will never raise their hand. They will never raise their hand because they believe that everyone else will do it better than them. They will feel that everyone else is more important than them because these people, they speak up, they have all these talents they don't have. Obviously they will do a better job, and so they do not respond. Someone else will do it better than me. And this is very, very interesting because this really keeps them from participating. It keeps them, they believe that I will never be as good as everyone else. And so, but if I go and I invite them, and I will say if I come and say, instead of just asking a group, I'll say, Dan, I really, you would be the perfect job man for this job. Would you be willing to help me? Absolutely, absolutely. And all of a sudden it's like from no interest at all to I will be there, and Dan will be there day after day after day after day until it's done. When the sanguines all said they'd show up, they'll come the first time, and then before we're even halfway done, they'll be gone. They will fade away because they've lost interest, and they will fade away. Where the fellow who said no or said I'm not qualified will be there until the end, till 3 in the morning, getting it done. That's what you can count on, from the phlegmatic. They are loyal. They will stay until it's done, and they will literally they're so loyal and so faithful. But they need to be invited. Once they're invited, they feel welcome. Now, you wonder, why don't they speak up? This is something significant. That what they have to say is not as important as everyone else. And so they tend to stay quiet. And we miss out on so much of what these people have to offer. We miss out because they're assuming that everyone else their value is more than theirs. What they have to say is worth more than what I have to say. That's why they stay quiet. And so we need to get them beyond that feeling, no, what you have to say is extremely important. But they usually need to be invited one-on-one. What do you think? What do you think about this? And then they will share. And you find out, it's like, wow, that is so precious. And it would have been really, really disappointing to miss out on that.
Yes.
Okay, any other finding critical of people who expend energy, they will never understand that. They look at these people, they look at people doing all this exercise and workouts and doing all these extreme acts of feats, and they're just like, what a waste of energy. I can't believe you go to that extent. People working, 60 hours a week, they look at it like, you're nuts. They have no category for people expending this kind of energy. You really don't see it. So they can tend to be judgmental. They can be, they can tend to hold grudges. Again, they also can be sarcastic. So they are very, very much set in their ways, and they can be stuck there as well. Or they just don't. It all goes back to they just don't want change. They want. So they will. They're probably one of the most ones who will say, "I really don't understand why you do it that way." They have a very difficult time understanding, and so they can be judgmental. They can be critical. They can be very gruff with people, saying, "You make no sense to me," and they can't be understanding or compassionate at all. Okay, any questions at all on the phlegmatic? Anything so far?
Very good job.
Have you guys had enough for one day, or should we call it a day there?
Saved our marriage.
Oh, cute.
All right, why don't we end there for today?